Valid wants to be a queen today. And you know what? That's valid. Chat. We're off to a really rough start today. And I hate it. And I don't support it. But, oops, I forgot I was in the game. But, we're here. Welcome in, everyone. I'm attempting to get things back on track after having to restart the router. Chat, I was like ready to go at 6:50. I went live. It was perfect. OBS shit the bed. Doc and I were talking, and he's like, he's trying to download Code Vein 2 because he pre-ordered it for early access. Okay, cool. So he was trying to download it, and his connection is like crap. It's taking like 2 hours to download the game. So, I was like, all right, well, I went live, and then the connection was just crap. OBS was like, you're barely pulling in like 4,000 kilobytes. Bye, Mallow, I love you. She's like, guys, you have to pay to see me. So I was like, okay, like it is what it is. So whatever. But it was just getting really bad. And I said to Doc, look, before I go live, clearly OBS doesn't want to come back. So can we just restart the router? He's like, well, you're going to have to end your live. And I was like, I can't do anything. Like, I'm getting through ads and it's just absolutely torture. So I was like, yeah, let's just not be live. Let me just fix it now, because at this rate, I'm not doing anything anyway. I'm going to be stuck in fucking limbo. So that's what I did, chat. That is what I did. We ended the live. He restarted the router, and it's so far, knock on wood, is holding. But today will be a Twitch only stream because of that, because I just can't. I just can't. So that means this VOD will get uploaded onto YouTube tonight, tomorrow. Please check it out. Chat, this is why my watch hours keep freaking tanking, and it sucks. I'm just so close to my 3,000. And I'm like, I start building and I start growing, and then I have tech issues and I can't do what I do every day, and it just bombs out. And I'm like, can I just please, I beg of thee, I beg of tech, please just love me. But we're here. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Music, I appreciate you holding down the fort while I had to do what I needed to do. It's awfulness. It's just chat. That's like all I can say. So I did change my format a little bit, chat. I don't know if I necessarily love it. We're still figuring this out as I go. But do I not have it on here? Chat, did I remove an emote? Or am I just blind? I removed an emote. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's real good to know, I guess. Love that for me. All right, and then we're gonna mark that as red. That is red. All right, we're good. But yeah, chat. So we're just gonna get things out of the way, and then we're going to dive back into Mass Effect because your girl needs it. I've had a day, chat. I've had such a fucking day. Hold on. Okay, we're good, chat. The bedroom door was open because Mallow didn't want to be here anymore, which is valid. She doesn't like to be on camera, chat, unless you pay extra. She doesn't want to be on camera. So, she went into the bedroom and she left the bedroom door open. She'll open the doors, but she won't close them, chat. And I just, one day I'll get her to do it. But today has been a day. It it's been a Monday of all Mondays, I think, and it's kind of awful and I hate it. And part of me just wants to cry, and part of me is just like, suck it up, it's fine. So yesterday we got a snowstorm, as you guys know, and my company decided to not be closed, but to delay open till 10:30. Um, the only issue with that is my garage was frozen. We have a an auto garage, whatever you want to call it, mechanical garage. And the motor was frozen because of the negative temperatures that we've been having. So when we went to go shovel out yesterday, to keep up with the snow, um, we couldn't get into the garage. So our HOA has decided, our community has decided, they're no longer sending plows to plow spots out. It's you have to dig yourself out. Like it is what it is. So we couldn't. And Doc got lucky. He was able to have them plow his spot out. And when they made the comment about possibly digging me out, they said no. Okay, fine. Whatever. So what did they do instead? They plowed out the two spots next to me that were open and plowed my car in. So I got up this morning and was like, well, shit. We can't, the garage is still frozen shut. We needed to thaw a little bit, and there's supposed to be like a high of 32. So there was a chance. But we needed the temperatures to get up because at the morning it was like 10 degrees. The garage isn't going anywhere. We have no other shovels. We have nothing. Like, we have our scrapers for our car, and that's it. The shovel is stuck in the garage. So we're like, well, maybe we'll ask a neighbor once they're done, whatever. I text my boss at 9 o'clock, and I'm like, there's no way. I'm still shoveled in. Like, I cannot leave. The roads were still shit by me. They were working through the night. Our complex is big, but it is not that big. If they worked through the night, it would have looked a lot better than it did. So obviously they hadn't, and it was at that point it was like, whatever. Like, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Fine. Um, but I was like, I'm done. I text him. I was like, I'm not coming in. I grabbed my laptop. I plugged my laptop in. I let it charge because we're going in at 10:30. So after 10:30, whatever. I go to log into my work computer and I cannot log in to the server. It just doesn't connect. It says that I have no access. Okay, well, maybe the server's down. So I wait like 10 minutes, still nothing. So then I call tech support, and the guy's like, oh, well, have you been on it since they updated the VPN? And I was like, I thought so, because they gave me like a whole other way to access and whatever. And he's like, okay. So he hooks up to my computer. Then he goes, oh, it's so old. This computer still runs 10. And I'm like, yeah, because it's my old personal laptop. He's like, well, they need to upgrade you. And I go, well, they're not going to because it's my personal laptop. Like, the company doesn't want to give me a laptop. The company doesn't want me working from home. So this is what I'm doing. And he's like, okay. So then he goes, it's slower. So it's taking me forever to like activate. We have to reactivate your VPN, get you all access, blah, blah, blah. Then he goes to me, do you have access to your email? No, I don't have access to my email. Why don't I have access to my email? Because I can't get into the server that activates my email. So he's like, okay. I go, but I have a coworker. This is the computer that he's working on. He has access to the email. He can do it. Okay. I don't hear anything. Nothing happens. So I don't hear anything. It takes like an hour for them to connect me to the server. Okay, cool. I get access. I go into my email, and my email and password that were saved into that were all wiped. So I don't know what my username is, or I know what my email address is, but I don't know the password. So I'm like, great. So I have to call tech support again to get my freaking password so I can log into my freaking email so I can do requests. And like, this is awful. I still have to go shovel myself out because that's a disaster and a half. So I was like, at that point it's noon. Like, it's noon. So I was like, fuck it. I grab, we get the garage open. I go start shoveling myself out. Doc goes to see if he can get another shovel. I dig my spot out. I clean up his spot a little bit because he went out. I clean the car off. So I do all this other stuff. And I'm like, screw it. They're like, don't push the snow into the street. It's not in the street. It's in the two spots that you decided to unplow or to plow, but not really. Like, screw it. I don't care. You guys just royally screwed me. I took pictures and I said to my mom, like, I'm pissed. She goes, you should contact the HOA and say this is bullshit. And I go, I do. Like, I'm aggravated. I get not wanting to plow spots. It's time consuming. They charge by the hour, whatever the excuses, I don't know. You raised my fares up the wazoo, charge us for every fucking little thing, but you plowed me in. Like, the freak, the absolute freak. Like, why why would you do that? So I was like, I'm pissed. I'm just angry. I said to Doc, I just want to go and like sit in 14 and fucking craft. Like, this has been the absolute shittiest day. I just want to go and craft in 14. And that's kind of what I did. And then I like mentally crashed. And then I come to go live and OBS is like, nah, screw everything. Fuck all of this noise. Love this for me. So that's where we're at today. I was like, I'm done. Chat, I'm gonna just cry. And then I left because my coworker texted me at like 4:30, a couple of questions about stuff. And I was like, it's fine. It's fine. Like, I'm not worried about it. We'll fix it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow. But I'm I just had a day, Chad. It's just been a stupid Monday and I hate it. But I did get a really awesome email for a really awesome opportunity today, chat. So like fingers crossed. Um cross everything for me. Because it's awesome and it's fantastic, and I've been trying to do something for the last at least 3 years and I keep getting denied. So another company that I've been working with has reached out and has asked if I'm interested in stuff, and I was like, hell to the yes. Sign me up, please, and thank you. So like at least one good thing has been happening today, but like I'm not gonna, hi Kai, I'm not gonna talk about it until I know for sure. But like cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything. Thank you for the check-in, Kai. Thank you for checking in, Memlo. I appreciate you both. Welcome in. Kai, it's been such a Monday. Like, it's been such a Monday. How did the fight go? Did you I I saw you obviously getting Blade Bearer down. Did you get her like down? Thank you. We're gonna talk about it more once it's official. They so the company, said company, reached out back in like October, November of last year on if I'd be interested in like future things. And I said, of course I would. I support you and I support your reasoning. I support your stuff. And then I heard nothing. And then I heard nothing. So I was like, it is what it is. You know, like I feel like they had reached out before and nothing ever came of it. So I was like, whatever. But it might have been a different company. I don't know. I get spam in my inbox all the time. So I was like, okay. Well, then they reached out today. And I was like, I will take this. Like, yay. considering I've applied for the same sort of opportunity with someone else, and it's just never panned out. I've always been denied, and I'm like, to have someone else be like, we really appreciate all that you do, we would love to work with you on a more like professional level. And I'm like, yay, my hard work's paying off. Got like sub 20% on them both a time. Hi, movies. Okay, you'll get there. That fight is honestly infuriating. Like, it's honestly infuriating. Um, and I get it. But you'll get there. If I can do it, Kai, you can do it because you're a lot better player than me. Thank you. Thank you, movies. My day has been crap, but it's slowly getting better. Chat, the fact that like I haven't punched anybody. Hi, Voxy. Voxy, how is Arc Knight? Arc shit, guys. It's the game everybody's playing. You'd think I would know the name of it. Chat, I was home today, so I was lurking people. People that I never get to lurk. It's kind of nice. Like, I knew today was gonna be a rough day when I was like not overstimulated at 9 a.m., but I was overstimulated at 9 a.m. Enfield. Okay, yeah. I was like, I know it's big. It's important. I also slept like shit, chat. Like I went to bed around 11:30 and then Mallow woke me up at like 5:30 for snuggles in bed. And then we went back to bed, and then at 6 I woke up and we went to the couch and he snuggled on the couch for a little bit, and then my alarm went off at 7 and I fed her, and like I'm just maybe that's why. Maybe I'm just cranky. Well, that's good. I'm torn on if I want to play it. Cause I'm like, will I actually play it? Will I start playing it and then never touch it again? And all that stuff. All those shenanigans, chat, um, but yeah. Hi, Lumina. Thank you for the check-in. Chat, I'm still deciding. I wish you guys could see my layout. So when I went 3 monitors, I was going to put monitor 2 and 1 in different positions because monitor 2, or the one that I call monitor 2, has 2 HDMI ports. So that's what plays all of my games, my capture cards, all that fun stuff. And it's on my right. Like when I'm looking at my desk, it's my right monitor. And then I use the capped OBS on my left. I was going to flip the 2 monitors. So that way all of my games and everything would play on the left monitor, and then OBS everything would play on the right. And I didn't do that. I was stupid. I was stupid, chat. I will admit it. Probably Rapunzel, because I like women. So I was like, okay. So today I was looking at it, I'm like, I really hate the fact that I'm playing a game, I look like this. And yeah, I could just slide myself over to the left of the screen, but I've been right on the screen for so long that I was like, let me just swap the game screens and we're gonna see how I play and if I like it. And if I don't want to, like, don't do that. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did they both move? Oh god. Chad, I didn't break it. You have no proof that I touched or broke anything. Can I roll this over? No. Don't move this. Just move this. There we go. So I'm like, let's see if I like it. If I hate it, I can flip it back. I didn't do anything fancy. I just moved non-capturing things over. But yeah, chat. So today the plan is Mass Effect 3. I almost said 2. We did 2 already. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there is no stream. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there's no stream. Friday, we're back with Baldur's Gate 3 and Lae'zel. Saturday, there is no stream because I have plans on Saturday. There might maybe be an impromptu stream during the week. I don't know. Maybe. If I do one, it might be tomorrow. Because Doc's Thursdays became Tuesdays, and because I'm taking Saturday off, and I'm now taking 3 days off the week. You know me. I hate taking like bulk of time off. So we'll see. There might be an impromptu stream. There might not be. Tech is dumb. I have to record a bunch of stuff. Actually, no, it won't be tomorrow. I have plans tomorrow. My friend is fixing my iPad. Maybe Thursday. Maybe there'll be something Thursday. I don't know. We'll see how the day goes. We'll see how the week plays out, chat. Chat, I don't know how anyone played Mass Effect with mouse and keyboard because I moved my mouse. I just gave myself whiplash. Like, holy crap. I don't know how you guys do it. I can't do it. But yeah, chat. So I think that's everything. I can't, again, there's things happening in the background. that I can't talk about. I do actually want to talk about things that we talked about in the Discord very briefly. And my stance, my thoughts, and stuff like that. So, uh, I found out at a brief weird moment, a happenstance. I went to X and I found out about the drama happening between Miss Lala and Rev something Desu. Miss Lala posted on her Twitter account, as she is allowed to do, fuck ice. That's it. Didn't say anything about anyone, didn't, just said fuck ice. This other YouTuber, not YouTuber, YouTuber, VTuber, uh, went after her. And said a whole bunch of nasty things about her and basically sent their community after her. And yeah, that's what happened. The biggest it's a controversy in itself because this YouTuber is controversial. The more things are coming out of the woodwork that we're learning about, like kind of how shit of a person that they are. But the biggest issue that is happening right now outside of that is that they are partnered and have personal things done with Advanced GG. You guys know I work with Advanced GG. Um, People are leaving Advanced because they don't want to be associated with a brand that is associated with Rev. And I get it. I 100% get it. But the reason I'm not acting is because Advanced has not made a statement. They have not done anything. This happened, I think, either late last night or early this morning, or in between the two. I don't even know, but it was like fresh this morning. We're coming off a snowstorm. The company works out of Minnesota, like right outside of the city of Minnesota. So, like, they're going through a lot right now. They have said in their Discord that obviously the CEO is aware. They're not making a public statement until they know everything. They look more into detail and find out what the fuck happened. If Advance decides not to take further action, if they decide to continue to support Rev, that might change my stance on them working down the line. I think a lot of the people will too. I think people have decided to jump the gun a little early and be like, we can't stand with people that support them. Advance has not made a statement. The last time this happened, chat, with someone that I worked with was Quandle, and Quandle dealt with the Cinder situation by selling merch off of the drama that was happening off of a person and the people that she hurt. I left because that's fucked up. After the incident happened, that was Quandle's like immediate response. That's fucked up. I left. Advance has not said anything. They have not done anything. They are aware of the situation, and it's going to take a couple of days for them to gather their information, find out all the facts from all of the sources, and make a future decision. So until I know more, I'm not doing anything because I don't know what they're going to do. If they decide down the line, like if they decide in the next couple of days, they're like, oh yeah, we don't think he did anything wrong, it's fine, we're gonna keep doing stuff with him, like, then I will possibly end my relationship with them. Which will suck, and I'll be really sad, Chad. I won't lie. If they decide to cut ties, then cool, awesome, more reason to support them. I know we don't talk political on this channel, but because of the atmosphere that's kind of going around right now, it's something that we can't ignore. My stance is I agree with Miss Lala. And if that's not your views, then this channel's not for you. I love you. Please see yourself out. And that's kind of where we're at right now, chat. So I don't want to, I'm not making any rash decisions until they decide to make their move, because I don't know how they're going to react. Again, this was something that like I happened to go on X like randomly during the day, and that was the first thing that came up was her response to what he had posted. But I didn't even know what had happened. I had to like go dig for a minute and find out what the whole fight started about. Okay. And then like if I go on now, my Twitter has been filled with more lad stuff and other things. So like I was having trouble finding information as to what was going on. And that's why I just don't feel like making a rash decision is the smart idea. I am a part of Advance's Discord. They have publicly came out and said that they're aware of the situation. They're looking into it. People are being toxic for their lack of an answer. Let's just be better, chat. That's my 2 cents on this whole situation. Let's be better. Let's be better people than the people that are assholes. Because if we become assholes too, if we become defensive or attack others or what have you, then we're no better than people that are starting the drama. And let's be better than that. So this is my take. This is what's going to happen. If things change, I'll let you guys know. I love you guys. You guys know that. And I will always put morals before other things. So we'll see. We will see kind of where the days take us. I'm tired, chat. I'm so tired of drama. I'm too old for it, chat. I'm too old for it. But yeah, so on to better things, chat. On to better things. But chat, if you have any questions or comments about things that I have said today, feel free to DM me. Bring it up in the Discord. We can talk respectfully in the Discord. You guys know that. I'm open to nice conversations. Also, chat, friendly reminder, this is only being available on Twitch today. It will be uploaded onto YouTube by tomorrow and will always be available right after stream as a VOD on Twitch. Yay. Chat, it's been a Monday. That's all I can say to everything. It's been a Monday. Like if Mondays had
attacking civilians on Benning. We've been asked to help evacuate the planet.
Oh, this is what I need. Okay. Good, I needed Benning. Chat, we're making progress. Okay. All right. I need to do a few things. This one.
All hands, full stop. Hostiles detected at the landing coordinates.
Joker, what have you got?
Sensors show a Reaper parked at the Shroud facility. No way you're gonna be able to land a shuttle there.
Get everyone assembled in the war room. I want eyes on the Shroud.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
A new form of Reaper at the Shroud facility, Commander. It's using the tower to poison Tachanka's atmosphere.
They want to fight. They just got one.
Primarch, we're gonna need your help.
That could be difficult. Our losses on Palaven have been catastrophic.
This is for Palaven.
We're doing this for Palaven. No one said it would be easy.
What do you have in mind?
A combined attack. Your people hit the Reaper with an airstrike. Rex, at the same time, your soldiers will be attacking from the ground. Together, you can draw it away from the tower.
Leaving a small window for dispersing the cure, we'll have to finish synthesizing it at the Shroud itself. Eve will need to come with us.
Everyone up for this?
We've never faced a Reaper up close like this. Everyone on board?
There's even a doubt? Let's move, Pyjack. It's time to cure the genophage.
Commander, incoming message marked urgent. I'll put it in the comm room for you.
Everybody wants to talk to me, chat. I'm so popular.
Dalatras.
Oh shit.
Commander Shepard, we know you've reached Tuchanka.
Yes, thank you.
And by now, I imagine Paddock Wicks has proposed using the Shroud.
You spying on us?
Hardly. The Shroud is the only viable course of action open to you. Commander, you can't allow your misguided sympathy for the Krogan to cloud your judgment. Do you honestly believe curing the genophage will end in lasting peace?
Good work.
We have to give the Krogan that chance. You can't condemn an entire race to extinction based on what might happen.
What will happen is the Krogan will reproduce out of control. We uplifted them specifically for their violent nature, not their diplomatic skills. Another war is inevitable.
What do you want, Dalatras?
Years ago, our operatives sabotaged the Shroud facility to ensure what you were planning couldn't be done.
Those bitches.
Paddock will likely detect this malfunction and repair it. But if you ensure that he doesn't, then the cure's viability will be altered just enough so that it fails. No one will notice the change.
You mean trick the Krogan?
They need not be any the wiser. Let Urdnot Rex believe you fulfilled your promise.
Paddock would never stand for that.
How you deal with him is up to you, Commander. We can provide you our very best scientists to build the Crucible, and the full support of our fleets.
If I sabotage the cure.
Can I
Think about
lie?
it, Commander. The choice is yours.
Can I lie and say that I sabotaged the cure and then not sabotage the cure? Like, yo, that's so fucked up. The Krogan deserve better. And I get it. They like violence, like fine, but like they deserve better. It's so fucked up. What's up, movies? Damage to shields. Oh, god damn it. I keep forgetting to update my other two crew members.
I've ordered the clans to assemble at the Hollows. It's our sacred meeting ground. We'll land there and take an armored convoy against the Reaper. This will be the defining
nice!
moment of
Congratulations!
Krogan history.
Yes, a paradigm shift. The ramifications will be felt for centuries.
Commander, you seem troubled.
I'm gonna reveal it. Fuck it.
I got a message from them.
Rex, it's Reap. The Reapers are already at the Hollows. Come out with guns blazing.
Hang on tight. We're heading in.
Fun fact, movies, this is my 5th year on Twitch. I started in June. Congrats!
Keep them
Hell
away
yeah,
from
they're the
female.
biggest party.
I'll sort out what's happening with the other clans.
Which husband? Kai, you, please be specific. Which husband? I have many.
Everyone pick your targets and keep an eye on our 6. Now move!
Here they come.
Why am I
Don't let
using
them
the
get up there.
shitty gun? It is shitty gun.
Shepard, it's ugly over here. Whatever you do, keep them away from the female.
This is as bad as Paladin.
Is it as bad as Paladin?
We're not done yet. More on the way.
Zane, what's he doing? Do I gotta go give him spanking? I mean, I will if I have to. Yeah, this isn't my gun, but it's working pretty
We
well.
almost got them all.
They'll sing battle songs about this someday. Reaper blood has finally soaked our soil.
We have to get to the Shroud. The airstrike is on its way.
The female is safe, Commander. Vital signs remain strong.
What's a Solarian doing here? Nobody said anything about this.
Oh dear, more males.
What clan are you?
Who are you?
Urdnot Reeve, brood brother to our illustrious leader. Reeve and I share the same mother, and nothing else.
For which I'm thankful. I remember what it means to be a true Krogan. We flay our enemies alive and drown them in a geyser of their own blood. We don't invite them into our home.
The Solarian's with me.
This Solarian is not your enemy. He's here to help cure the genophage.
His kind gave us the genophage. Why should we trust him?
Because I did. And so will you.
I love Rex. I'm so glad to have my boy back.
Enough!
Yeah, tell him, Eve.
You can stay here and let old wounds fester as Krogan have always done. Or you can fight the enemy you were born to destroy and win a new future for our children. I choose to fight. Who will join me?
Count me in.
I will.
And so will I. Now hold your heads high like true Krogan. There's a Reaper that needs killing.
This is Turian Wing Artebec. Our flight vector to the Shroud is locked. We're 10 minutes out and counting.
Copy that, Artemek. We're on our way, trying to make up lost time. Shepard out.
Reed isn't the only Krogan who wants revenge for the genophage, Rex. You'll have to placate them somehow.
I'll demand the Council return some of our old territory.
Ooh.
We'll need room to expand. Recapture the glory of the Ancients.
Krogan expansion is how this whole conflict began.
The Ancients?
What were the ancient Krogan like?
Tachanka wasn't always a wasteland. In the old times, the Krogan were a proud people. We had dreams, a future to look forward to.
And then my people uplifted you. It wasn't an improvement.
No, we destroyed Tachanka long before that. Technology had changed us. It made life too easy. So we looked for new challenges and found them in each other. Nuclear war was inevitable.
And now our planet is rubble. We'll need a better place to live.
The Krogan have earned it.
I'd say helping defeat the Reapers would be worth a new planet.
Or 10. You haven't seen how fast we can pop them out.
Rex.
What? With the genophage cured, we'll have a lot of catching up to do.
Commander, on the shuttle, was there something you were going to say?
Revealed the
The
sabotage.
Dalatrass tried to cut a secret deal with me.
What kind of deal?
She said they sabotaged the Shroud years ago. The cure won't work unless we fix it.
Years ago, our operatives sabotaged the Shroud facility to ensure what you're planning couldn't be done.
And she thought we wouldn't know better?
If the sabotage was subtle enough, you wouldn't. But now I can account for it.
You just spared our race another genocide, Commander.
I told you we could count on her. Why are we stopping?
Rex, you and Paddock stay with Eve. It's looking ugly out here.
Will do.
Hi, Remy! Remy, this is the Monday to be all Mondays. Just saying.
Bigger than I thought.
So like now I get to hang out and do things and look for my boy and you know maybe smooch. Maybe we'll get lucky.
This combustion manifold isn't going to last.
What's happening, Shepard?
I'm not gonna lie, that would make me really happy.
It's the end of the world out there.
Whatever you shoot with it belongs to me. And remember to bring it back when you're done.
Shit, there's like a lot of stuff out here. Okay. okay. Krogan Scout.
What's the holdup?
Road's out. The convoy can't make it through.
Turian Wing Artemek, this is Shepard. We've been delayed. Hold off your attack.
Negative, Commander. Our approach is locked. The Reaper already knows we're here.
Well, shit.
An airstrike alone won't do it. We have to get in that fight.
Damn it. I don't care if we have to build a new road. We are going. Shepard!
I've lost control. I can't pull up. Shepard, what's happening?
Rex! Get the female out of here now! Go! Artemek, do you copy?
Alright, hold on, chat. Hold on, chat! I need to, I know, I don't, yeah, it's fine. Sound. Chat, you guys know I hate tech, right? And you're at 100%. You little. Then why is it so low? Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I'm over technology. All right, chat. Let's see. It's awful. It's stupid, Memlon. All right, guys. I changed volume settings. Can you guys let me know if I'm like super loud or something? If I'm crackly and garbagey and all that fun shenanigans. Or if like Doc gets picked up or something like. Rook, yay! The deep dive.
To abort, Commander. That Reaper's tearing us to pieces.
I don't.
Understood. Save your pilots. We'll find another way.
There's a tunnel over there. Could be a way off.
Get to it.
Oh. Chat, we're on a.
Are you receiving this? Is everyone okay?
Yeah, just scratches. Nothing the Solarian can't patch up. Reeves' truck made it out too.
What was that?
The Turians had to call off the airstrike. We'll need a new plan for dealing with the Reaper.
First, we'll have to find you. Where did you end up?
Underground. We see ruins of some kind.
Commander, that's the city of the ancients.
How do we get out?
No maps exist. It's been abandoned for thousands of years.
You're a trailblazer, Shepard. Get through there and we'll find a place to meet.
Fascinating. This painting suggests Krogan had an artistic side.
I love it, chat. We're just lost.
Now they have rubble.
What were you saying, Rex?
Just get through there and we'll find
Hide.
Nothing will stop this cure.
So I'm in a tunnel that's not mapped. I see cobwebs. I don't know. Oh.
There it is again. That didn't feel like a tremor to me.
Rex, are you guys feeling these tremors?
Not up here.
It could be something else, Commander. It is said that Kalros, the mother of all Thresher Maws, lives in this region.
Which is another reason to get your ass out of there, Shepard. Step on it.
Did I hear that right? Calros, the mother of all Thresher Maws?
When the Krogan name a Thresher Maw, you know you're in
Yeah.
trouble. They don't think anyone.
We did Malzano.
Kill it.
We got to the like second version or something like that.
If that's what we've been hearing down here, I suggest we get moving.
That's a dead end. I blame Shepard for this. It was her idea to go into the tunnel. A tunnel we don't know anything about. Primal. We did both. I had to unlock normal and then I unlocked primal. Doesn't open the alcohol on the brain and I yeah. We did the primordial. I had to fight the normal first and then we did the primordial. That's fucking gross.
Looks dead enough.
I don't know what that is.
If I didn't know better, I'd say we've seen this before.
She's right. This kind of looks like Rachni.
Rachni?
But how? The queen you released on Noveria promised to live in peace.
This one's different. Mutated. Rex, those rumors you heard were true. We got Rachni here.
I know. A few of them just attacked us. We'll deal with it later. Getting to that shroud is all that matters.
The Panther Ninja Mon? I have no idea what that is. The Rachni, thankfully, isn't a spider.
Finally.
It's like an ugly ant. Like a giant, massive, ugly ant.
In my younger days, I would have loved to have spent time here studying these ruins.
Makes you wonder what the Krogan might have done if they hadn't blown up the planet.
Rex, we made it back outside.
Well, if you can see sunlight, that's progress.
And the color green. I thought plants were extinct around here.
You're looking at hope, all that's left of it on Tuchanka. This is once a world full of beauty. Given a chance, it can be again.
Shepard, that Reaper is still up to no good at the Shroud. Find a way out of there and we'll pick you up.
We're on it.
Dealing with the Reaper when we get there will be another matter.
Ahead, we've got movement.
It's the mesh shirt under his jacket. Ow, ow, stop it. I said stop it. Leave me alone. Ugh, what are these ugly? They're just so bad. Little spider.
Not a place we want to get trapped.
Little spider. Little spider.
Another quake.
That had to be Calros.
Stay sharp.
Chad, I don't think I have the gun for a
It isn't
Thrasher Ball. Oh, I got it! Yay! That's just me picturing it. I mean, valid.
We've got one of the big ones.
And he brought that up.
Yep, the Ninja Turtle. Liar, I don't know what you're doing, but it is so much fun to watch. Like, look at that husk, just kind of gravitating.
I think that's it for now.
I need ammo. Did you guys drop ammo? Oh, really? Son of a... Give me up.
Shepard, how's it coming?
We're still in the ruins.
Get a move on. That Reaper hasn't moved, and the sky's looking worse. Yeah, we've got some ideas on that.
Not now, Rex. The commander has enough to worry about.
What's happening?
Some crazy idea we can talk about later. Just worry about getting out of there right now.
I was gonna say Raphael,
Looks like
the Baldur's Gate 3 demon, but he's not purple. He's the odd one out. So is his shirt purple? No, his shirt is like red, I think. Ew. Ew. Something on him is purple. I'm sure it is. Ew. Excuse Rude. Rude. Go away. Did you guys see that? I'm sitting here attacking this dude, and the dude tries to eat me in the face? Like, I don't get into that shit. Oh, I probably should have attacked him in, like, his soft spot. Whatever. What?
Shepard, looks like we got a bridge up ahead. Try to find it, and we'll pick you up there.
We're a little preoccupied right now.
I didn't say it would be easy.
That's Garrus. Let's not shoot Garrus in the back chat. That's double. It would be lavender. I mean, probably.
Shepard, we're coming under the bridge. Get down here and we can get to the shroud.
Will do.
Wait, Calros!
God damn it.
Break off! We're getting out of here!
Defending our territory.
She's not gonna get us.
We just wanted freedom. What the hell's happening? Oh, swarmers. It's fine. We're fine.
Go on ahead, Shepard. We'll try to shake this thing and find you.
Okay.
Shake a thresher maw.
Maybe we'll feed it a Solarian to slow it down.
I wonder where we are now. This planet is one giant death trap.
And the thing is, I bet Rex is enjoying this. Watch it, more ahead.
I mean, Rex might be enjoying it, but he's got the female on his truck. Anything happens to her and they're fucked. Boop. They are. I shot that one.
How are you?
Doing what we can. What about you guys?
Several near-death experiences so far. Calros is proving persistent.
Rude. Chat, I'm getting really good at this. See, it's this moment that makes me like, maybe I could play a game like, oh my god, the one that I wanted to play.
Get down from there and we'll find you.
Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, what is it called? I was just talking about the game in Discord the other day.
Get over here. Reeve, keep an eye out for that.
The shooter one that's coming out.
I don't want it sneaking up on us.
Make it quick, Rex.
We're exposed.
Move it!
No, not Rivals. The new one by the Halo team, by Bungie.
Move, Shepard.
The one that I want friends for that nobody wants to play with me.
What about Reed?
No way he survived that. And he was a pain in the ass anyway. Now let's finish this.
Yeah, marathon.
There's a Reaper waiting for us.
Yeah. I mean, like my being good at this right now is like I could stand a chance in marathon, and then I remembered that it's different.
We don't have a plan for this.
I know we've beaten the odds before.
Yeah, it's a shooting
Getting to that
game.
tower. I don't know.
I want to play it really badly, but I need friends to play it with because online stuff is toxic. I don't want to deal with
I hope this
toxic.
idea you were talking about is a good one.
It was hers, actually.
Calros. We summon her to the Reaper.
Ooh.
Would that even work?
She need only draw the Reaper away from the tower. That would give us time to
Yeah.
synthesize and release
Yeah,
the
that's
cure.
kind of my thing.
What makes you so sure she'll come?
Legends say she is the mother from which all other Thresher Maws spawn.
I just,
This is
I
as
don't,
much her
I'm a
home
girl
as
on the
ours.
internet. I don't want to deal with toxic
Chunga
dudes.
has a temper. Calros is it. Nobody's ever faced her and survived.
I've taken some risks in my time, but this seems crazy.
And going head to head.
It's not, it's not like Apex Legends, and it's not like COD, but I can see it being bad.
The tower was built in an arena devoted to Calros'
No, there's not. Otherwise, yeah, I would have just played it for story mode.
There are 2 Maw hammers there, the largest in existence. If you can activate them, Calros will come. That should distract the Reaper.
In the meantime, the laboratory is just over there. I can finish synthesizing the cure.
Why is his face glowing? Be safe.
Let's make sure we all get out of here alive. We're gonna have one hell of a story to tell.
Wait! I want you to know that no matter what happens, you've been a champion to the Krogan people, a friend of Clan Erdnot, and a sister to me. To every Krogan born after this day, the name Shepard will mean hero.
Ah!
Now, let's show them why.
I love that for me. Yay,
Go.
chat.
I've got this.
This is why it pays to be a good person.
I am Erdnot Rex, and this is my planet.
Yeah, punch him in there, ball sack.
See you on the other side.
Question mark.
We'll have the cure ready shortly, Commander.
Let's get in there!
Yeah.
Shepard, I took care of those Rachni. But someone has to raise those maw hammers before you can use them.
I'm working on it.
Easy, Rex.
Lucky for you, I'm here. I'll handle it.
Okay. Where am I going? This way. Guys, I'm facing Shroud. So I think this is, oh no, we're going to Shroud. So this is like a full-on TMNT thing, right? This, not that, take these. Collect all the weapons, chat, even though I used none of them.
Make it quick. They're all over us out here.
By the goddess, to our left!
I looked to my left, Liara. I didn't see anything. Holy shit. It's alright, chat. I'm alive.
Everyone all right?
Took a laser beam to the face. Mostly.
I think so.
Did we just get shot by a Reaper?
Consider that practice.
Okay, Shepard. I raised the hammers. You have to activate both of them. My advice is avoid the giant laser.
Oh, I need...
Just keep moving. Take the cover.
I can't believe we're actually doing this.
We're fine, Liara. We're fine. I got this.
Commander, this is Artemic Wing. We'll try to give the Reaper something else to shoot at.
Just don't die in the process.
Goddess, be with them.
Go. Let's push ahead.
Now, if...
Over on our left, one of the hammers.
Second one's on the right.
Yeah. Guys, it's really hard to fire at things, but there's all smoke and hi! You're a bigot. Go away. Please load faster, gun. Oh my god, I missed my shot after waiting 20 minutes to reload. Oh my god, go away. Get punched. Alright. Stop it! I'm trying to be productive. Can I climb up here? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Oh my god, you have to reload still? Stop it! I'm gonna get eaten alive. Ah! Punch you in your tits. Alright. Oh my god, they keep dropping more of them. Stop it! My gun's not built for this. I just do the sniper thing. Oh, it's over here? What? Go, Shepard, run! Don't. There, do that. Ah! Push the button! Activate the hammer. Activate the hammer.
Hit the first hammer. How's it coming?
Oh god.
Second hammer's on the other side.
Oh my god!
Get that second hammer going.
I'm trying! Move! There, we're good. We're good. Everything's great. Leave me alone! Stepping on is an additional charge. Push the button, Shepard. Thank you.
No! Get back to the truck! I'll take care of the cure!
Yeah, suck on its face. Can I get more of those? I need a couple more of those.
Quick! Is the cure ready?
Yes, it's loaded and set for dispersal. 2 minutes and counting. Though the procedure took a toll on Eve.
Hmm.
Is she okay?
I believe so. Malin's research was crucial in stabilizing her. Together, she and Rex can ensure a Krogan future we need not fear. Evolution at its best. Time's running out. We must get to the control room at the top of the tower.
Why?
It's the only way to repair the sabotage. I've already detected a temperature malfunction. The cure won't work unless this is fixed.
How do I do that?
You don't. This is best left to me, Commander. You should get your team clear.
But it's a one-way trip up there.
And has been since the day I met Eve. All I've ever done my entire career is destroy the natural course of the universe.
Aww.
This is my chance to make amends.
Chad, I missed a Paragon moment and I'm sad about it because it registered my mouse and not my controller. Aww. He would have made my boy proud, chat, if he had died before. But he would have made my boy proud.
Temperature malfunction detected. Warning, temperature malfunction detected.
Oh, please don't die.
Temperature now within acceptable range. Dispersal commencing.
For eternity.
My feels. We did good, chat. We did good.
A long time ago, my father betrayed me in this place. His own son. He tried to kill me, so I had to kill him. Right over there. That's what the Genophage reduced us to. Animals. But
you change that today, Shepard.
Now we'll fight for our children, not against them. It's just a shame Paddock Wicks didn't survive.
He was a rare soul.
There aren't many people willing to die for another species.
I wish I'd had a chance to tell him I was wrong about Solarians. At least one of them.
But you, Commander, we can thank you in person.
Tell the Turians I'll be deploying troops to Palaven immediately. And when you're ready to kick the Reapers off Earth, you let me know. The Krogan are back in business.
Goodbye, Commander.
What will you do now?
Spread the hope you've given us. Even now, there are clans gathering in the Kelphic Valley. I'll go speak to them and make sure this gift isn't squandered. Thank you for all that you've done.
Did I do good, chat? Did I do good? I don't feel like I did. But I
How about
did.
the thing you just pulled off, Commander? Curing the Genophage? I never thought I'd see the day.
Rex has agreed to help the Turians, Admiral. We should get their full support.
I take it that leaves the Solarians out of the equation.
The cost of their support was too high, sir.
Well, I'll defer to your judgment on that, Commander. Let's hope we don't need them. Hackett, out.
I still should have just lied.
Commander, Urdnot Rex has begun sending troops to Palaven. You kept your end of the bargain, and now I'll keep mine. The Turian hierarchy will stand with humanity against the Reapers.
Yay! Hold on, chat.
I'm glad we can help each other out. It's the only way we're gonna defeat the Reapers.
That much is certain. To that end, several dry dock ships are ready to help build the Crucible. Garrus will coordinate them.
Yes, sir.
And when the time comes to deploy it, the full measure of our fleet will be there for Earth. May the spirits watch over us all.
Yay! Make that good!
Start managing Turian support right away, Shepard. You must be exhausted.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Oh, God.
We both know you need a clear head to win a war. There's no room for mistakes here. You should catch some shut-eye. I'll make sure Joker doesn't launch any suicide missions.
Anything happens, you let me know.
Why would you want a trip? Oh God, now we're dreaming. No, Chad, now we're dreaming. No, I was in a good mood. No. Oh, fuck. Honestly, as long as there's no jump scares, I'm happy. Still creeped out, but happy. Shan, all I wanted were smooches. Can we just understand that for a minute? I just wanted smooches. Oh, not Grunt. I lost Grunt, chat. Hi, Uranus. Thank you for the check-in. Welcome in. Oh, chat, I'm shrimping so fucking hard.
Shepard, there's something you need to hear.
All right.
Is this a bad time?
Thank you for the fast check. I can feel it in my neck. Like, I can feel it. Like, I'm just scared my neck so hard. You got marshmallows in your hot chocolate? I want marshmallows in my hot chocolate. I only have hot chocolate. For me, it's all the cool stuff, chat.
Thinking of some friends who aren't around thanks to this war.
That's thanks to the Reapers, not you.
Hi, Mr. Beakers.
Are you thinking about anyone in particular?
Always. Ashley? Ashley's my answer? Fuck Ashley. I mean... Is that bad, chat? Is that not the right answer? I'm so terrible. But that's all she is. I never liked her.
Ashley back on Vermeer. She gave her life stopping Sovereign.
Nah, I wouldn't
What's
bang
the
her.
make of fighting a whole fleet of Reapers?
If I had to guess, Ashley would call it target practice.
Yeah. Sounds like her. Didn't you have something for me?
The Solarian Counselor has an urgent matter.
Of course she does.
Yes. She called the comm room.
The Council must be taking the Crucible seriously. I'll see you downstairs.
Ugh, chat. What do you want, bitch?
Commander.
Can I help you, Counselor?
Shepard, I want you to understand that I owe my position to you, and it's not something that I take lightly. Were it not for you, that weak-minded Counselor Valorn would still be alive, leading the Solarians down the sewage pipe. But now I'm forced to champion a cure for the genophage. It's like saying we need a hurricane to put out a wildfire.
She never really did it for me. Like, I kept her on my team when I first had her because I needed to, but like once I had two other people, I was like, get out. I think I kept Caden and Garrus on my team for most of the first game. I might have popped in Liara every once in a while, but what's the other hot girl? Miranda from 2? The one with the booty? Yeah. See, I would kind of tap Miranda, but like Miranda's a suck up bitch, and I don't really do the suck up vibe. But like her ass is hot, so I didn't smooch anybody. I'll play the long game, so I didn't smooch anybody in 2. So that's why this game I better get like the best smooching. It's gonna be a comment. I'm gonna forget.
Counselor, Krogan are about to die in droves, so your people don't have to. That's your message.
Human statesmanship at its finest.
Fuck off.
I need to talk to you about humanity's representative, Counselor Udina. He's moving vast sums of money. We need to talk about where it's going. From what I can tell, you won't like the news. Come see me next time you're on the Citadel. Ishil out.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
Why am I so popular? But that's the long game. Lumina, I went 7 weeks. So, or 7 days, however you want to look at it, without smooches. And I'm still waiting, and I'm on day 5. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 days without smooches. And when I was playing Baldur's Gate, I smooched Astarion like a minimum of 5 times a week. I'm going without smooches. That's too long. That's too long, Remy. You don't understand my pain. The other week, chat, I was having a terrible night. I was just in a mood, and I was messaging Kai, and Kai goes to me, you know what you need to do? You need to go kiss Colin. And I was like, I don't know if I want to go into the game, though. So I loaded up Inquisition, loaded up my save, and it just so happened that I was at the cutscene right before it to smooches. And I sat there, and I didn't smooch him for an hour, chat. But I smooched him, and I felt better. Exactly! Smooching is important! It makes waves a happy waves, and a happy waves is a waves everybody wants. Lumina, it looks delicious. I just saw your message. Okay, we're good. So sad. You don't want a grumpy waves. You guys wouldn't like me when I'm angry. See, look how angry I am. I'm so angry. Alright, let's go to VidCom.
Commander Shepard, something you need to talk about?
What's our state of readiness, Admiral?
I won't lie, Shepard. We're bogged down. Things aren't looking good in most sectors. We need to increase the tempo and chalk up some wins, otherwise this won't end well for the human race. Or any race.
I don't smooch Zane. I don't. I log in, I do my dailies, and I log out.
Shows a bonus for us. And that female Krogan you rescued is rallying more support from the other clans. I'm still concerned about that bomb on Tachanka, though. Don't let it jeopardize our alliance, Shepard.
Oh shit, I gotta do that still. I'm never getting out of there.
Nothing more, sir.
Oh, I meant to say Arya, but it's fine.
Hack it out.
He does! He's at my highest ranking. Didn't someone want to talk to me on VidCom? Am I making shit up? Hey, look, chat. If I ended the game right now, we would be... okay. Hesitantly. It'd be worse than 3, but it would be a victory. Alright. No, keep walking. No? Didn't somebody want to talk to me in chat? Am I making shit up? Like...
See the vids of the Maw taking down the Reaper? Man, I wish I could have been there.
I'm just glad the diplomats are off the ship. A Krogan and a Turian to the fight.
Everybody feels loved. I make all my men feel loved equally.
All right, my turn. What's the first order an Alliance commander gives at the start of combat?
I give up.
Correct.
All right, big guy. What do you call it when a Turian gets killed by a horrible spiky monster?
Friendly fire. Come on, that one goes back to Shang-Chi.
You gotta respect the classics.
How many humans does it take to activate a dormant mass relay?
600 600 to vote on it, one to ask the Asari for technical help, and one to request a seat on the council afterward. How do you know when a Turian's out of ammo?
He switches to the stick up his ass as a backup weapon. Why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
You're shitting me. The Turian military has one about me?
Oh, absolutely. I heard it myself from a private back on Palaven.
All right, why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
So their Marines can beat someone in hand-to-hand drills.
Oh my god!
Damn, you need to go. Oh my god! Hey, what's the hardest part about beating a Turian who took a rocket to one side of his face?
Figuring out which side took the rocket.
Oh my god, chat, I walked in on the best conversation ever. No notes. No notes. Yeah, I'm working towards it. We're not finishing until like I've done everything that I can possibly do. But you know, I could technically end the game. I won't, because guess what? I haven't gotten smooches.
Never thought I'd see the Krogan and the Turians team up. Even the Reapers have to be a little nervous about pissing them off.
I'd say more than a little.
I'm sorry about, not Morden.
His name was Paddock.
It's not funny, chat. It's not funny.
Yes, it was.
Because I'm the reason we didn't have Morden.
So now that we got the Krogan and the Turians, what now?
That's
the
bad.
Krogan help us turn the tide on Palaven. They can shoot at something useful for a change.
Dig till we hit daylight, huh? Works for me.
So how does it feel knowing Krogan will be singing songs about you until the end of time? I think it would be an honor.
It feels good. It feels good.
There's enough misery in this universe. It's nice to see something go right for a change.
Can't say I've ever really witnessed history in the making like this. Well, except for Sovereign attacking the Citadel, and then there was the Collector base, but this one felt good. And let's hope Rex keeps running the show on Tuchanka. Maybe we should hire a food taster for him. Imagine the carnage if someone like that brother of his, Reeve, took over.
It could happen.
I know, it's a chance we have to take, but I have to say, if it wasn't my own world that needed the help, I might have taken that Solarian deal.
It never crossed my mind.
I could never bring myself to do that, no matter what I was offered.
I admire your restraint, Shepard. It's nice when we can save the galaxy without destroying another race along the way.
Let's hope our luck holds.
Commander?
Oh yeah, nothing. Oh god, chat, Edie's missing. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Edie is missing. I don't trust it. I don't trust it, chat. I need to know where she is at all times. And if I don't see her, I don't trust it.
Commander, Admiral Hackett has requested your help with a Cerberus fighter base on Novaria.
I'm going. Oh shit, there's a lot of stuff. Your regrettable decision, Delatras. Commander, I'm deeply disappointed by your actions on Chikanda, as I thought I made it clear curing the genophage will have long-term consequences. Once the Reaper threat has passed, our combined forces will be so depleted that no race in the galaxy will be capable of stopping a resurgent Krogan. Moreover, the Krogan will undoubtedly seek revenge for the genophage, and the Solarian Union will be among their first targets. When that day comes, Commander, the blood of my people will be on your hands. I am ashamed to also learn that our own scientist sacrificed his life carrying out your orders. This is a dark day not only for my people, but all of galactic civilization. Delatras. Bitch. Oops, I'm in. Making babies. Shepard, making babies again will be fun as soon as this war is over. Let's just say I'll do my part to build our numbers back up. You really came through for us. I'm proud to call you my friend. Eve is in the Kleptic Valley, enlisting support from the other clans and spreading the word. She's going to be a great leader. Most of the males won't like me sharing power with her, but too bad. I run the show. We're off to save the Turians now, since apparently they forgot how to hold a gun. I love Rex. This is why we saved him, chat. Commander Shepard, I must commend you for your excellent result on Rex's home world. Because apparently I can't say it anymore. Your reputation, it appears, is well deserved. My son tells me that you might help prevent Cerberus from detonating the bomb in the Kleptic Valley. The bomb is very powerful, Commander. If Cerberus is allowed to detonate it, the range of the destruction and loss of life will be enormous. Should you take the time to help my son and his platoon, you will have my gratitude, and I'm sure the gratitude of the Krogan as well. Impressive work. Commander Shepard, when you first arrived on Mian, I had a hard time seeing how you flying off with one of our best generals would benefit our fight against the Reapers. However, as I now watch Turian and Krogan fighters working together to take down a Reaper destroyer, I must admit I am impressed. You've broken an alliance that many thought impossible. Palaven may be saved after all. With great respect, General Corthus. Still fighting. Dear Commander Shepard, I don't know if you've seen the articles, but the people of Zew's Hope are fighting again. This time it's the Reapers instead of the Gath. I'm not sure you remember me, but you helped me back on Ilium. The thorium is dead now. I can confirm that, but the spores in our bodies remain, and on some level, we are still connected. This is not necessarily a bad thing. As we fight back the Reapers, we feel each other and act with one mind, ignoring the pain when the need arises. I'm sure I'm still indoctrined. I remember Sovereign's voice in my mind when I went willingly to the Thorn and its thrall, but my connection to the people of Zew's Hope is stronger. It drowns out the Reaper voices. This situation is imperfect and dangerous. Perhaps the colonists should separate for their own safety, but with one mind, the untrained fight with the skill of a veteran commandos. Our force is strong. I have not forgotten how you helped us, how you spared us. We are leaving Pharaoh soon, and when the time comes, we will fight with you. A news article on Reaper from Alliance Network and for partners. Pharaohs. A group of colonists on Pharaohs have mounted a defensive against arriving Reaper forces, holding them back long enough for civilians from nearby colonies to escape. The informal militia from Zew's Hope, said to be survivals of a savage Geth attack several years ago, have repelled initial Reaper landing attempts with a level of wartime competence more common to seasoned platoons. The colonies are using improvised weapons as well as supplies salvaged from a defunct exogeny facility. This colony is our home, colony spokesperson Elizabeth Bainham said. We have survived worse and we know how to fight together. The colony is expected to have time for full evacuation before more Reaper forces arrive. Damn, okay. Alright.
Look at that galaxy map. Do you know how many strategy games are built from that interface?
You play strategy games?
A few. Most are too flashy though. I prefer chess. I have a set made from rose quartz and hematite back home. I like the feel of something solid in my hands.
Well, now that I know your weakness, we might have to try a game.
It'd be more fun than playing Edie. Edie doesn't sweat.
You sweat playing chess?
Depends on how much fun we're having.
Stop flirting with me! I'm trying to be spoken for, okay? My thirst is strong, but my will to persevere is stronger. Chat, now it's about to play, so I'm gonna take a quick stretch break, refill up on some water. Back in just a couple of minutes. Hang tight. All right, chat, we're back. Ew. Okay. All right, let's go do a bomb. I mean, I am one, but you know, it's fine. Chat, I have Cheetos, and I'm not gonna lie, delicious. All right. Wait, what? Yeah. Accept. All right, my weapon's fine. Squad mates. No, we'll do that. You have 6 shots. You'll get. No, put this here actually. This one. Upgrade singularity, expand singularity, detonate. That one. And then this one. Okay. Okay, chat, we're good.
Normandy shuttle. This is Lieutenant Victus with the 9th Platoon. Do you copy?
We hear you, 9th Platoon.
We're approaching the bomb site, Commander. Getting bounced around pretty bad.
This is as close as we get, Lieutenant. Look for somewhere to set your platoon down.
Copy that.
Talk to me about this Cerberus bomb.
It's not Cerberus, Commander. It's Turian.
What?
What do you mean, Turian?
It was planted centuries ago, after the Krogan rebellions. The bomb was a safeguard against another galactic war.
Brutal, but it makes a certain kind of sense. Put the Krogan down hard if they tried anything.
But then why did they say Cerberus was involved? That was a mistake.
You won't earn trust with tactics like that.
Mm-hmm.
But right now we focus on disarming that bomb.
Yes, but Cerberus found it. Detonation means all-out war between my people and the Krogan.
Right. Where is it?
Those buildings ahead. Cerberus brought equipment to dig it up. The 9th Platoon will cover your flank, Commander.
With all this activity, the Krogan have to know something's up.
Then we can't fail, Commander.
Copy that, Lieutenant.
Yay, a gun that I don't like. Alright, hold on. Nope. Here we go. Oh. Alright, I got you. Hold on. I'm moving. Do you not see me walking? I took his head off, chat. Oh, I missed. I hit the concrete. What? Why am I missing? Oh, they got him at least. Got him. Got him.
We can't stay here.
Punch you in the face.
Shepard, we need to keep moving.
I love that. We need to keep moving.
We'll need to reprogram the trigger mechanism.
What do you think I've been
Copy
doing?
that. No trigger, no...
Okay, what's this? Shotgun blade attachment. Ooh, that sounds sexy. Oh, I missed. That's fine.
Those shields are damn effective.
Oh, son of a bee. There we go. There was a dude over here. Okay. Chad, I'm honored. They know my name. I'm just cool enough where they know my name. Yeah, well, that's one way to kill a dude. I love Liara when she does that. It's just so fun to watch them hover.
We defeat the Krogan and then plant a bomb on their planet. Pretty extreme, but those were desperate times.
After all this, to lose everything in a flash. It's monstrous.
Why would Cerberus want to detonate the bomb, though? To get rid of the Krogan? Or to start a war with the Taurians?
Cerberus is putting up a fight, but the 9th platoon is advancing, Commander.
Good work, Lieutenant.
I'm working on it. I think I shot the guy's eye. Effective.
Commander, we're getting a lot of mortar fire. Heavy casualties. We're taking alternate route. Circling around the bomb site.
Copy that.
Pistol scope. Still won't use it because I don't use a pistol, but you know.
A lot of Cerberus radio chatter. They're prepping for evac.
I
Good.
don't like the sound of that.
I mean, oh no, Chad, I shot him in the back.
Cerberus is leaving. We'll have a better view up the ramp.
Agreed.
I'm
Let's go.
going, I'm going, I'm going. There was a dude up there, I should have hit him.
I can't believe it remained undetected
Probably.
for so long.
It must have been far enough underground to stay hidden. Cerberus had to dig it out.
That's
hope
the
Victor's not
bomb?
We won't get a second chance.
That's the
We gotta
bomb,
move.
chat.
Commander, we're entering the bomb site.
Oh, I don't. That sounds really good.
Roger that.
Like,
On our
how
way.
did you not see it? It's fucking massive. How do I get down from here? How do I get down? Someone give Shepard steps. Oh, there's a ladder. We're good. Right? Like, I'm being punked, chat. It sounds, I don't think about it. It sounds really, ooh, concentration module. I love that for
Cerberus
me.
evacuating. The bomb should be clear.
I don't think so. I'm guessing they'll bring out the big.
I missed. I don't know what the hell I hit, but it was not what I wanted. Chat, don't be me. Don't blow up the turret with the shotgun or a sniper rifle in front of the...
We're close. Come on.
Probably chat. What?
I'm at the control panel, Commander.
I have good sights.
Set up a firewall around the trigger mechanism to slow us down. I need to create a bypass. That'll take time. But like you said, no trigger, no explosion.
Are you sure you can disarm the trigger?
Yes, it's old tech. I know what to do. Buy me a few minutes, Commander.
We'll make sure you have the time you need, Lieutenant.
Understood. Starting bypass. And thank you for making sure I get this chance.
Just make it right, soldier.
Look out!
Fuck.
Commander!
Focus on the bomb. We'll handle Cerberus.
Chat. I just worked my ass off to broker peace between two people. Oh, I missed. I'm not gonna fucking lose it.
Nobody gets past us. Clear?
Clear.
I want to be up here because I have a sniper And I should be in cover. But I do better, like, from a distance than anything else. Like that. Just like that. I saw the sign. Where'd it go? There you are. Come here. Look, if you get closer, someone's going to kill you. And it might be Liara. Really? Are you not gonna move closer? You good, Garrus? Where's Liara? There's her buddy. That Liara, Jack. Oh, I can't hit from here.
Watch for more shuttles.
That sucks. They're just... Yeah, it's just out of range. That's a bummer. I got that guy in his dick. Did I hit that guy? I don't think so. Oh, I need bullets. Oh, I'm gonna have to leave my post in a second. Up.
Shepard.
Oh shit.
Take that thing down now.
I need ammo. Hold on. Ooh, 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 ooh. I did it. I wanted ammo. Yeah, I got ammo. We're good. Yeah, let's go back to Victus. Victus! That's Liara. Let's not shoot Liara. And do up one more. Up one more. Okay. Chad, I built my team well. Oh, look at that. You're amazing.
Commander, firewall's down. I'm in. Spirits. Cerberus hacked the trigger mechanism. It's set to...
Disarm it.
No time. I have to separate the trigger from the bomb. Now. Cover me.
Oh, fuck. Am I gonna lose his son? Fuck.
Lieutenant!
Victory. At any cost.
Oh no! No! Oh my god! Fuck, yo! That hurts. Like that. What's another one that hurts?
Commander, I've got radio chatter coming in from Krogan forces planetside.
Yay.
Sounds like they started sweeping out the remaining Cerberus troops. Hate to be the guy who told the Krogan about that surprise package. Did you get out all right? Sounds like it got ugly down there.
The Turians took a lot of casualties, Joker. The Primarch's son included.
Understood, Commander. Joker out.
He never hesitated. Whatever he was before, he'll be remembered for this.
What will the Turians think about this, Garrus?
Hard to say. Sacrifice him more is expected. He did us proud, but we're a hard bunch to please. Living your life for the cause. Society first, platoon first. It's all just expected.
He did what he had to do when it counted.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Good work on Tachanka, Commander. Stopping that bomb prevented the war between the Turians and the Krogan. We can't afford that kind of division right now.
Joker said the Krogan are recovering the bomb?
They moved in, won't allow Turians to send in recovery crews to help.
Understandable.
When he heard, Rex contacted the Turian Primarch and gave him an earful.
I imagine.
He was angry with the actions of the 9th Platoon and the Primarch's own son. Helped smooth things over. Relations are strained, but holding.
Good to hear, Admiral.
The Genophage is dealt with, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir.
Hack it out.
Can I get off the planet now? I've had enough heartbreak. I need to get off the planet now. Chat. All I wanted were smooches. I start every week hoping this will be the night I get smooches. So far, I've lost 2 fucking people.
I have a buddy who got discharged. Category 6 after Eden Prime.
That's 6?
Commander, Chief Engineer Adams would like to speak with you down in engineering. He flattered and said he was still working.
Alright, go to engineering. Oh, so chat, I think I know where my space hamster is. I googled it, and I read it wrong. That's it! I'm done playing! Shatterbroker? No. You little shit. No! I clicked you, dick. Chat, we're not leaving here until my space hamster comes home. I have a snack, chat. I have an emotional support snack. It's called Cheetos. Come here, you little shit! No! Yay! I got my space hamster. I thought I read that it was in, my keyboard. What about my keyboard? What'd I do? He's in engineering.
Edie
Oh
doesn't
yeah, my
hide
poor
her
controller just
identity.
hitting it.
She is the Normandy.
No, she's a passenger in the Normandy, just like...
Edie can direct the Normandy with her thoughts. She sees, hears, and feels through the ship's sensor arrays. The Normandy is her body.
Ow!
I've seen Edie's body.
It's okay, it's my
And
controller.
This car's a fine sight better than the Normandy's hull.
So what do you think, Edie?
Are we more than our thoughts?
I'm done. Any more of this and my head's gonna explode.
I have a paper towel. I have a tissue too. That I'm wiping my fingers off after every couple. I needed a snack.
You should go see Adams, Commander.
I don't know where Adams is. I thought Adams was here. Yeah, Adams.
Commander, remember the problem I mentioned? About a core overload possibly venting into the engineering compartment? Daniels, Donnelly, Edie, and I have been brainstorming and comparing notes.
You see, the venting occurs when IES sinks are in a back cycle. At the same moment, the main core is at peak draw, such as from sustained kinetic.
What Kenneth means to say is that we're pretty sure we can make the system safe.
I'm trying, but I don't know where
Just
he
need
is.
a GX-12 thermal pipe. Unfortunately, we're cut off.
I'm looking for a quest that I'm assuming will involve him.
For one the next time you're
But I don't
on
have it yet.
Citadel, Commander. I've got the specs right here.
Okay.
Are these modifications really necessary?
It's a safety issue, not exactly critical. Under extreme conditions, like heavy bombardment to the kinetic barriers...
Google, how do I bang Kaden?
Plasma can vent into this compartment.
I believe we lost a team member
I
during
can't
the
do that.
assault on the collector base because of this.
That sounds more serious than just a safety issue.
Well, under those conditions, odds are you're about to lose the entire ship anyway.
Jesus.
But we want every advantage we can get, right?
I'll buy it.
I'll look for one the next time we go to the Citadel.
Thanks, Commander.
I won't Google it because I don't want spoilers trying to get to him. But yeah, I would 100%. Trust me, Remy, it is not out of the realm of what I would do. Child goes to be a space hamster. Space hamster. Space hamster. Yay! Space hamster. Wanted Kaden, said it was a space hamster, you know.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private terminal.
Sure I do. Hope lives. Eve, Commander, I'm writing you from Kelpic Valley onto Chunga, watching Krogan pour in from across our entire planet. So many of them that I've lost count. We've all heard the news. We're finally free. The age of suffering is over. Never again will Krogan be afraid to give birth. Never again will they fear the pain and heartache it might bring. Well, I don't know what fate ultimately has in store for my people. I can promise you this. Your decision to believe in us will not be in vain. We will fight the Reapers for more than glory. We will fight for them. We will fight them because we know there is a future for us after victory. The rest of my life will be devoted to traveling to Chunga and speaking aloud the words no Krogan has heard for nearly 2,000 years. There is reason to hope. Eve. Aww. My son's sacrifice was not in vain. Commander Shepard, I regret saying this in an email, but I am too far off to thank you in person for your work on Tuchunga. You saved not only the Krogan homeworld, but the fragile alliance between our two peoples. Moreover, I am grateful you allowed my son to complete his mission. He died with the respect of his men. His sacrifice will go down as an important moment in history of the 9th Platoon. Any father would be proud. Oh my god. Remy, I haven't played Home since my iPad stopped working with lads. Just saying. Like, I can play it on my phone, no problem, but it's so tiny that I don't wanna. So I've been, like, holding off. And it kills. Kills. I miss Zane. Oh, mass relay. I am dumb. I know. My poor garden. Alright. Alright. Cerberus abductions. Missing scouts. Go fight more Cerberus. I think I only had a couple of flowers planted anyway. I didn't get very far with it. Chat, no matter what I do with this game, it's still extremely
Good team,
loud.
I have visitors.
Sherry! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream? Speaking of Love Live, wrong thing. Love and Team Space. How was your raid? How was stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If we do not know each other, I am riding the waves. I am a variety streamer. I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore, chat. Today we are playing Mass Effect 3. I'm working on side quests with just a touch of story. Just a teeny tiny touch of story. But Raiders, if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. We are all about self-care here, and I'll make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, doing good things for yourselves. So if you have to raid and run, totally get it. If you want to hang out with us, though, you're more than welcome to. I am flying a ship. Lying at the L5 Lagrangian point of Themis are the fused metal fragments of Artudia Station, destroyed by Reaper capital ships. The station once housed the system's alliance parliament and the nerve center of their military armada. Now it is a cold grave for 45,000 people. Well, that sounds sexy, chat. Oh, shit.
I found something.
Here we go. The wreckage of a fuel depot. Yay, fuel! Okay. So I know I have a quest at Benning. So I probably have two things. Benning, the nearest garden world to Arcturus Station, is the primary source of its food supply and an important staging area for starship maintenance and repair. Occupying the planet would be key in any attempt to retake the system's relay. Scattered intelligence indicates that during the battles of Arcturus and Earth, the Reaper sent a small force to Benning to destroy its comm buoys, spaceports, and starships. With the population immobilized and communications cut, the main force concentrated on the larger prize, knowing they could return before repairs could be made or help could arrive. Heat sources and Benning space indicate a non-Reaper presence here. Increase headshot damage by 25%, chat. It's like this game knows me. Impact radius by 1.5 meters, increase damage. Okay, we'll do that one. And you only have 2 points. Okay, confirm. Chat, I'm almost a full Paragon. Woohoo!
Shepard, Cerberus strike squads have infiltrated one of the major cities on Benning. Initial reports indicated they were recruiting civilians, but further investigations suggest that the people are being taken against their will.
For what purpose?
Shocking.
We sent a recon team to investigate, and the Cerberus squads reacted by targeting civilians and public facilities. Officially, Cerberus is denying responsibility and condemning the action. They're either lying, or we're dealing with a rogue faction.
And innocents are caught in their crosshairs.
Exactly. Secure the area so we can establish a rescue lifeline to the rest of the city.
Approaching the drop point, Commander.
Copy that, Lieutenant.
The people down there are counting on you, Commander. Hack it out.
Fielding an avalanche of civilian SOS requests, Commander. The bulk are concentrated on the upper street. Cerberus forces are pinning them down. You'd better hurry.
On my way. Keep me updated.
Roger that.
Now, chat, I know I need to look for something. I know there was a quest item I needed. Oh, you're a person. Okay.
Just working, Commander. Civilians are on the move.
The turret killed its own man. Kind of fitting, I think. Okay. Are you attacking my back? Rude. Oh, that's Garrus. We're good. Okay. Oh, I was so close.
More streets are clear. Hold on, Commander.
Okay.
What is it, Lieutenant?
I'm tracking civilians fleeing the city with Cerberus troops right behind.
Yeah, I see that.
Where are they?
Updating your nav point. You can intercept them there.
We must hurry.
Posture check. You got it. I am stuck. Chat, I am stuck. Alright.
I'm so scared.
Look, reinforcements are here.
Try to stay calm.
What should we do?
Just stay down.
Commander, more Cerberus troops are heading your way. If you can hold the line there, it'll give the civilians time to escape.
You heard him. We hold here.
We're going to die here.
I made that guy die in a cool pose, chat.
We're going to die here.
You're not going to die here. I'm in front of you and I have my gun. My beautiful, sexy gun. See? Like that.
So many of them. Hurry to get to the landing.
God damn it.
Please help us.
Nemo, if you could read this, stay away from the taxi stand. That place is crawling with Cerberus soldiers. Ellie. No one's dying! Stop it! Except Cerberus. Cerberus doesn't count, though. Cerberus isn't real, people, chat. Is that bad?
Please help us.
Are they, like, trying to leave as I'm fighting? Because that's fucked up. Just saying. Rude! Oh, I wanted to get both of them. Oh, come on, really? You knocked my shield out, you son of a bitch. Thank you, Garrus. I shot his head off at close range. I feel bad. God damn it. Oh, I missed his butt. Oh, thank you, Garrus. Come on, pop up. Pop up like a daisy. No. That's Liara.
We die together.
How the fuck am I supposed to keep them safe if they dodge or they move?
Please help us. We're going to die here.
God damn it, there's so many people coming from behind. Okay.
No hostiles detected in the immediate area, Commander.
Damn right.
Reinforcements are moving in to secure the evac route.
Okay.
Good work, everyone.
I'll pick you up at the LZ, Commander.
Chat, that was too easy. 2 people died that I liked, and I just saved some civilians. So, I mean, I guess that's a plus.
We're getting reports of continuing strikes against other cities on Benning.
Cerberus still denying responsibility?
Yes, and for once we're inclined to believe them gunning down innocent humans isn't their usual MO. Either way, the civilians down there have a chance now. We're solidifying a foothold and getting people out, then we'll move to liberating the rest of the planet.
I hope we can say the same for Earth.
One day, Commander. For now, we've got our work cut out for us. Carry on.
All right. I don't remember Fox and the Hound. I know I watched it when I was little, so I'm gonna say Merida.
So, Sarah, about your buddy, the one who joined Cerberus. You heard from him?
No, I cut ties. Reported him for whatever good that did. No way I want that crap on my record.
Okay. I gotta look at my stuff, chat. Benning. An ambassador says looking for evidence of his son lost during a mission on Benning. Find evidence of what happened to his son. Can I go back to Benning? No. God damn it. I was looking for stuff though. I didn't see anything. I'm pissed. Cool. Better base. Hi, Nylock. I don't mind them. Some of them are cool. Novaria. Garrus and Yara. Yes.
Commander, the enemy has a strategic advantage in this sector thanks to the fighter squadron facility you're about to attack. We want to seize it, but their air defenses are too strong for a frontal assault. Losses would be too cost prohibitive.
How do you want me to handle this?
Go in the back, bring down their defenses so we can send in the troops. Good luck, Commander.
I have visual contact. There's a small platform above the main
Chat, we're going in the back.
I can drop you there, but it's gotta be now.
Let's do it.
We're going to the back. Full force. No protection. Just go. I'm terrible, Chad. I'm so sorry. Gotta keep Garrus.
Commander, you'll have to find the command center to take down their defenses.
God damn it.
Keep an eye out for the command center.
They've seen us.
There we go. It's such overkill when I see. I've made her very good with her anti-gravity. Weekly processing report, Sergeant Parker. All on-base personnel have been processed. Interrogation protocols updated successfully. Integration. No, okay, I can read chat. Pistol magazine. Ooh, give me this. Medical station. I mean, really, man, come on now. Okay. That's Garrus. Hi, Garrus. Nothing there. Oh. Oh! Who fired first? Guys, if you'd waited like an extra second, I'd been good. Really? Really? Kill Cerberus?
So far, so good, Shepard. Looks like we found the control center.
That's Garrus. Don't kill Garrus, chat. We like him. He is on our team. Alright.
Damn it. This'll take a while.
Commander, you've got enemies inbound and we can't wait. Someone's got to get those defenses down ASAP.
Fuck. I don't... Right?
Garrus, make it quick.
On it.
I feel like this has more expertise than hers.
Be ready, Commander. You're gonna get swarmed.
Yay. Come on, Liara.
I've been flushed from cover. Retreating to minimum safe distance.
No problem. Cortez, get out of there.
We'll wait for your all clear, then relay to the strike force.
Warning, warning. Security breach. Initiating lockdown failsafe.
Couldn't be avoided. Outside communications are gone.
Just bring down their defenses. We'll worry about that later.
I love it, Chad. It's just so much fun to watch. Oh, Liara! Your field giveth and it taketh away! Rude.
System deactivation prioritized. Awaiting shutdown command.
Shepard, it takes 2 to authorize shutdown.
Oh, of course. Excuse me, pardon me. I love it. They're just so cute. She makes it look, you know, pleasant. Makes a little show out of it.
I'm tracking large-scale deployment to the landing pad, Shepard.
Of course.
That's where we need to go.
Oh, holy crap. Eh. Come on. Pop out. Be a gopher. No. There you go. Whack you. Whack you. Crotch shot you.
Cortez, I read you. Come in.
There you are, Commander. Had to get through the interference. Area clear. Signaling the strike force. Wait. Scan's picking up something coming your way.
Proximity alert. Deploying armed response.
Shepard,
Cool.
out. Give it everything you got.
What am I looking for? Over here. Oh, it's the Atlas. Those guys are easy. We know the trick to them now. Blow up the shieldy in the front and then kill the person inside. It's easy. The smoke bomb's super annoying, but like, it's not undoable. Oh, come on. I didn't kill the dude. There we go. I could have ridden that.
Anyone wounded?
Just the usual minor flesh wound.
Just my pride.
Copy that, Lieutenant.
Coming in to pick you up.
This was a major victory, Commander.
I did it!
A Cerberus operations in this sector. Now all we have to do is maintain control of the facility.
Cerberus won't make that easy.
And we won't make it easy on them. Thanks to you, we can use their own defenses against them. Tell your team they did good, Commander. You should be proud.
Thank you, sir.
That's all. Hack it out.
The fact that I met him, he was using the same weapon as me, I was like, this is why we're buddies. He gets me. No, if we both used it, we could do a lot of damage, but that's okay. I like being in the back anyway. Or I go up front and I punch people in the face with my gun.
For a while. They were fighting the collectors while the council sat and watched.
And now they're killing civilians and attacking our allies.
Okay. Nothing? Nothing. Alright. Now where are we going? I like to be in the back, but then I like to be in the front. It depends on my mood. The last fight we did, I was in the back and I had Liara and Garrus up front. And I just stayed on like above platform and shot off people from a distance. But like, you know, sometimes it's really hard to be up close. Sometimes it's too hard to be far. But I like my gun, so I make it work. Yeah, exactly! Exactly, Remy. I'm still no closer to smooches. Or maybe I am. Who knows? No. Like, do I do all this work to save the galaxy? Yes. Do I get smooches after it? No. Alright. Let's go to the Citadel. Okay. I don't really want to meet the council. I want to talk to the woman, or the guy about his son, but we'll
Alliance
see.
Control, this is SSV Normandy. Are we clear to descend? Alliance Control, this is Normandy. We're headed to Bay 1-4, Zakara Ward. Are we clear to descend?
Oh, fuck!
What the hell's going on down there? Even if there were a station malfunction, they'd have backups online. I got a bad feeling here. Checking emergency channels. No. No, 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 no!
What have you got?
You're gonna want to hear this, Commander. Emergency message playing on loop from a comm tower.
To all incoming ships, the Citadel is under attack. Do not attempt to land. Cerberus is controlling all docks.
Oh, Jesus.
Notify the Citadel fleet. Send reinforcements to CSEC headquarters. If that falls, the station falls.
That sounded like Commander Bailey.
Where do you want the Normandy?
Since you can't dock, we'll deploy in the shuttle. Get us in near CSEC headquarters.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Oh, shit. I wasn't ready. Okay, let's go. I blame the council lady. Oh, shit. I freaking hate Cerberus, man. Like, we're just fighting a war, but nah, it's fine. We'll just steal Cerberus, too. Why not? That's right, guys. I got my gun. No, not Bailey! Oh, that sucks.
Coming in hot. Get to cover.
On it!
Oh, fuck. Ah, I missed my hair. Thank you for the hydrate, Remy. I shall do that. Another posture check. Ow. That's Liara. Bailey! You were a good guy! Fuck!
Bailey, how bad are you hurt?
I'm alright. It looks worse than it is. About time some cavalry got here.
Thank
How
God.
bad's the situation? Do you know if the counselors are alive?
They split up. I'll know more if I can access the terminal inside.
Can you get us in?
I'll get the door. If no one interrupts me with a bullet this time.
Dude, I'll protect your back. You got a family. I'm tired of killing people tonight. I'm trying to get people home.
Here we go. CSAT network access, courtesy of Cerberus.
How's that gonna help?
Cerberus has control of the main channels, but I can set up a new one. Without it, our people have no plan and no chance. Hello.
What have you got?
A warning from Counselor Ashiel. She's supposed to be here meeting with the Executor. This move may provoke retaliation. Well, that's an understatement. If she's inside, she's in trouble.
Why meet now?
Why would the counselor be meeting with the Executor?
Usually it means someone big's about to be prosecuted. I guess that someone had Cerberus friends.
The counselor mentioned Udina.
That's terrible.
Does he even have this kind of pull?
Well, you know who'd have the answer to that? The counselor.
Chat, if Udina is working with Cerberus, I think I'm gonna just flip a table. Like, I'm just gonna flip a table. And the thing is, like, I didn't even put Udina on the fucking council. I put Anderson on the council. So, like, if they if all of this fucking happens, I would have been pissed. Like, I avoided this shit. I'm angry, chat. And ad's about to play, and I'm angry.
One counselor's better than zero. Where am I headed?
The counselor could be in the executor's office. It's a fairly defensible position.
I'm on it.
Just a sec. There. Now we can talk by Omnitool. Go.
Sweet. Alright, chat, hold on. But, like, I didn't have anything against him up until this point. But, like, when I was able to put one of them on the council, I was like, I don't want it to be Udina. I want it to be Anderson. And the fact that he was on the council in 2 and then stepped down between 2 and 3, I'm like, God damn it. That dude didn't even try. Why are we screaming, Remy? What's wrong? What happened? Who broke it? No, I don't. I think Anderson is fine. I hate the council. I killed them in 1 and I protected the humans. Mainly because thank you. That dude was peeing. Mainly because I misinterpreted what they wanted. I thought it was to help the base better by getting the humans to stay alive to like fight them off. But the council sucks and I sacrificed them again. The best is they're like, you'll save the humans. You'll save the humans because that's what humans do. And I'm like, funny, I've gone and helped the Turians and the Krogans and all this other stuff, but you're like, no, we're still thinking that you're only gonna help yourself. Load out, yeah.
Cerberus. Didn't even drag him out into the hall.
That's fucked up, man. The guy was just trying to take a pee. Exactly. Oh no! Bad hot chocolate, it giveth and it taketh away. Yeah, I didn't have any regrets with the council. Ooh, thank you.
Any survivors in there?
No.
None yet.
Damn it. Keep looking.
Chad, I'm mad because I didn't get some of these quests, but then I'm like, what was the cutoff point? That dude, oh, I thought I lost an arm. Never mind.
Richfield! Lamont! You alive?
Could you perhaps not alert everyone?
If gunfire doesn't put them on notice, I sure won't.
Can I jump over? Oh, this door's open. Take this one, take this one. Oh. I know there's an attachment to make my gun shoot more than one bullet.
We've got to be close now.
Yeah, there's a stairwell further on. Executor's office is right above it. Let's hope we're not too late.
There's a door. There's a door. CSEC got attacked. That's why there's no one answering at the... Oh, that doesn't look fun. It's raining men. Alright, I need this one. Ooh, piercing mod. We love that for me. Let's go upstairs. Oh, I'm gonna see shit!
Bailey, looks like they got the Executor and 2 Solarian bodyguards.
Damn. Alright, keep searching. If you don't see the counselor's body, don't count her out yet.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Found her. She looks unharmed.
Get her somewhere safe.
Oh, shit. Who the fuck are you?
Don't even think about it.
A sniper. Garrus had a sniper.
He's going to kill us all.
That remains to be seen.
I mean Udina. He's staging a coup. The other counselors are headed for a trap.
3 on 1, pal. It's over.
No, it's fun.
Ooh. Chad, I like him.
You're gonna pay for that.
We had sniper rifles. We had Garrus walked in the room with a fucking sniper rifle. This whole thing could have been avoided with the sniper rifle. I'm pissed.
He's getting away.
Yeah, because we let him.
Get the word out.
Son of a
Udina's trying to
bitch.
seize power. I've got to get to the counselors.
They're being taken to a shuttle pad on the Presidium. Start driving. I'll try to raise them on the comm.
Like, son of a bitch. And like the fact that they switched me to a pistol. Like,
Good work, Bailey. We're almost there.
I'm angry. That could have been totally avoided. Hi, hot person. You're very attractive. Oh, and he's got a sword? Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh shit.
My instruments say your car's stopped.
I'm on foot now. Any luck contacting the council?
Negative. Their guards are dead. But we've still got vital signs on the council's transponders.
Where are they going?
The shuttle pad above Shelmar Plaza. Udina's with them. If he can get them in range of that assassin, this is all over.
Ah, shit.
On my way.
Oh, god damn it.
They don't like to hold still, do they?
No, they don't. They're obnoxious. Holy crap. That dude's dead. Oh, the one that I just clicked on? Or the one that just died? Maybe.
They sealed it behind them.
Of course they did, because they're dicks. Nope. We go this way.
I'm at Shelmar Plaza. Where's the council?
In an elevator. They're trying to get to the shuttle dock. Someone's following them. Someone with a sword.
Yara, I can see if I got the Atlas or not. I'm a little busy, Bailey. Oop, that was a waste. If evil, why hot, chat? If evil, why hot? Yeah, Liara! Use those muscles.
Okay, I'm in the shaft.
Hang on. This'll be a fast climb.
Oh, shit. I'm just gonna be in the middle. I feel like the middle's safe.
Hasn't reached the council.
He's trying, but I'm making his elevator stop on every floor.
Nice. I found our friend.
Kill his elevator. There's a power conduit beneath it.
This is really...
I think I can overload his car.
Thank you.
It's not gonna work twice.
That was really hard to do. Oh, Jesus. Chat,
Bad news.
fuck?
Is there any other kind?
That hitman jumped to another elevator and he's overridden my controls. He's on his way up. I can't stop him.
I'll handle it.
Here they come!
From which direction? God damn it! I have a fucking sniper rifle and I can't hit the power conduit.
Shepard?
I see them. Jump!
That was a person.
Gunner, get down!
Hey, it's my boy! Remy, it paid off! It's not me, don't shoot me! I mean, it's not, it's me, don't shoot
Got the
me!
shuttle. Everyone back to the elevator. Move!
Sup?
Shepard, what's going on?
Shepard's blocking our escape. She's with Cerberus.
You're a bitch!
Hang on.
You motherfucker! Chat. 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 Is Udina the reason why my boy has made me fight so fucking hard this game? I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I can't kill him because that's bad, but I'm gonna punch him in his dick. Just for funsies.
I can explain this, Kate.
Come on, Shepard. Gun drawn on a counselor? Kinda looks bad.
We don't have time to negotiate. You've been fooled, all of you. Udina's behind this attack. The Solarian counselor confirmed it.
My evidence suggests otherwise. Observe. Here is Counselor Ishiel being shot in CSEC headquarters. Here is Commander Shepard pulling the trigger.
You're gonna pay for that.
What more do you need?
Shepard.
You
There are
motherfucker!
Cerberus soldiers in the elevator shaft behind us. If you open that door, they'll kill you all.
What Shepard says is possible. Unlikely, but possible.
We don't have time to debate this. We're dead if we stay out here. I'm overriding the lock.
I better not regret this.
You won't.
Udina, step away from the console.
To hell with this.
He's got a gun!
Okay. Remy, I was having a moment. We were having a moment, Remy. Waze was crashing out.
Yeah, I'm good.
The door!
Motherfucker.
Made it as fast as we could, Shepard. Looks like you took care of things.
I did it. Save my name.
We were in danger. But I don't understand. You said Cerberus was right here.
Cerberus was right here, but they beat feet into the Keeper tunnels when they figured
Thank you for
out
the
we
hydrate.
were coming. Sorry, Counselor, I'll say it plain. Shepard just saved the lot of you.
And I
Suck
owe you,
it, bitch.
Shepard,
I mean, I
our
love you.
lives, and for brokering a deal with the Primarch of the Krogan that I never could.
Oh, chat. We're just having an emotional roller coaster today, aren't we? Love that for me.
You don't owe me anything, Counselor. Times like this, we all stand together.
Shepard, do you have any idea why Cerberus would do this?
No.
Honestly, no. But I plan to find out.
All right, people. Principals are evacuated. We got a tunnel and 1 million more places to secure. Move it.
Yes?
Things didn't go as planned. The Council's still in control of the Citadel and Udina's dead.
Udina was expendable.
Now what?
There are other plans in motion. I'll fill you in when you return. I'm surprised you let Shepard get the better of you, Ling.
It won't happen again.
We'll see.
Oh my god, chat. Holy shit. Holy shit.
We looked over every centimeter of those tunnels, Shepard. Your Cerberus pal is made out of smoke and mirrors.
He's not my pal. He's a douchebag. He's just really hot.
He likes to fight. He'll show up again.
Pardon me if I'm not reassured by that. We can't even get an ID on him. He released a VI into the Citadel system that erased footage of him wherever he went. Probably the same VI that got doctored footage of you to Udina so fast. Whoever this guy is, he's a pro.
He's as mortal as anyone else. He'll make a mistake.
I'll kill him.
I hope I'm there when it happens. We lost a lot of good people today. Speaking of, I need to go check on some wounded. Take care of yourself, Shepard.
Oh, Jen, I'm angry.
So many pieces to put back together since the Cerberus attack. We're reeling from the implications. Udina in league with Cerberus trying to murder the Council. These are dark days for all of us.
Thought you'd be in the hospital.
If I'm breathing, I'm working. Probably the worst I've ever been hurt. Fitting, I guess, given the state of the galaxy. But if Cerberus thinks a few slugs is gonna keep me out of action, they've got another thing coming.
Okay.
Could this station be defended?
The internal security breaches have been patched, but we're dangerously low on manpower. We're grilling our own people and trying to figure out if Udina acted alone.
With Bailey?
Time-consuming.
I don't want to smooch Bailey.
Vulnerable, but I think we've taken.
Plus, I think he's married with kids. Well, I'm not a home wrecker, Remy. I just want smooches. Oh, thank you, movies.
All that time you were working for Udina, did you ever suspect?
Always rubbed me a little wrong. Still, that.
Have a good night, movies. I'll talk to you later.
Idiot. I guess I proved him right.
He's dead and you're still here, Bailey.
Thanks to you. If you hadn't shown up, Udina and Cerberus would be dancing on my grave.
Oh, this guy's Bailey. We like Bailey, but not that much.
The war finally found us. This is so far beyond our imagination, and we
found him, but I haven't seen him yet, so I gotta wait.
Since the coup attempt, folks are shutting down and shutting in. I hear a lot of praying and crying. They're saying this is the war to end all wars. Well, I haven't seen anything to say they aren't right.
No time for rest. Good luck, Bailey.
Yeah, you too.
We're on the hunt again, Remy. You fucking pointed again at me, that douchebag. Alright. You can't go to Dina's office. Okay. No. This. Yes. Okay. Cool. I got stuff. At least I can turn 2 of the quests in. That's promising. Now I just remember where this dude is.
My wife has just come back to active duty, and I'm about to get shipped out too. I was told you might.
How are we supposed to predict
While the Alliance takes heavy losses, Turian troops have been bolstered by Krogan support.
Oh, it was this guy, but he's not here anymore.
Krogan leader Urdnot Rex stated that his support of the Turians to return to the Citadel.
Chat, we're back on the hunt for people that I know are here. I just don't know where.
Nimbus cluster and the Salian Nebula. Turian Krogan force has landed on a road in an attempt to retake the lawless homeworld from Reapers.
Always.
This is a problem, boss. Cerberus has changed their ciphers, and our code breakers aren't getting anywhere. I've got our best teams working in shifts on it, but ensuring Citadel systems integrity is just gonna take time. If we can get some of their field encryption tools, maybe sample ciphers. I understand. Keep trying.
Okay. Yay, chat, more quests that I'm doing so well at finding. Okay. All right. Where's the other person? There's so much shit. Oh, it's Codex, never mind. I was like, no, there's so much shit. I'll do that one. Schematic Cerberus, automatic turrets were recovered from Chicanga. Find someone in the Citadel who can use them. I don't know who can use them. Cerberus ciphers. The CSEC officer needs updated ciphers to break Cerberus codes. Find the ciphers and deliver them to him at the embassy. Chief Engineer Adams has requested a GX-12 thermal pipe to help make the Normandy's engine safer. Find one in the Citadel and deliver it to him. The Presidium Commons. Okay, so let me go to the Commons. Kind of. And there's no mermaids.
Please select a destination. One moment, please.
There's just no mermaids.
Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
People are sitting, there's smoke and fire in the background. Love that. That's super cute.
Listen, I thought of something. No, it can't wait until I'm back on duty. The Hesperian period. Their statues have legendarily accurate Prothean inscriptions. Can we use that? Yes, I know the Athena Nebula is off limits, but this... a classic...
Okay.
It needs...
It's my money, and I'm closing my... Welcome to Elkos Combine Arsenal Supplies.
If those statues had something...
What am I buying?
Combine, if it exists.
Nothing here.
Thank you. Come again.
I'll take my chances on my own. Thank you.
So you're fleeing the Citadel?
Have you seen Palaven or Earth? You can't escape this war. At least here you've got the Council fighting for you.
It's just the vibes.
Money. Money this bank has loaned them using accounts like yours.
Okay. Okay, damn it. Leave the account open.
Welcome to Kanala Exports.
Sniper rifle, concentration mod.
Kanala Exports is pleased to offer goods for security and peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
At Kanala Exports, we believe that a peaceful heart is a strong heart.
Can't believe how hard the doctors are working to keep that terrorist back.
He's in intensive care?
He got blasted by Cerberus. They think he's just another victim.
Wounded Batarian.
If he's a terrorist, he ought to be locked up.
Spectre Terminal. Okay. Updated map of the Citadel. Shit, where's this person? I keep taking more quests, but I can't turn shit in. I don't know where they are. Chat. I'm lost on the
They're the
Citadel.
only race that can fight on the toxic world, so they need support. Well, ideally, something like a cactuous. They're good in mountains, immune to toxins, ferociously loyal to their riders. Yes, they'd be ideal. Unfortunately, they were driven to extinction during the Rachni War.
Okay. Look, more journal updating.
I just don't understand why you're suddenly so conflicted.
I couldn't help but overhear your
Oh.
conversation. Maybe these heating stabilizer schematics could help.
This is amazing. The colonists, my sister, will be most pleased. Thank you. I am in your debt.
Yay! I'm helping.
We have to keep enforcing the law. Same as always. Without that, everything goes to hell.
What? What? Oh.
In hell. We should be looking for terrorists. The rest can take care of itself.
So the bar fights, the drunken disorderlies down by that purgatory place?
Everyone on the Citadel knows we're at war now. You have to show them that C-Sec is still in control. They need that security.
The commander's right. We need people coming into work every day. We need things to keep running. Otherwise, today's...
Chat, I'm helping.
Shepard, do you have a minute?
Wait,
Commander
what?
Shepard, do you have a minute?
Who's trying to talk to me? Are you trying to talk to me? Are you trying to talk? Who? You're trying to talk to me.
Can I help you?
There's too many people.
Jordan Knowles, E-Crimes. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. I've got a potential security leak. I haven't seen anything major yet, but better to be safe, right? If you've got time to help, check out this console.
Got it. Looks like a collection of access codes.
They're Batarian diplomatic codes, from back when they had an embassy on the Citadel. If you can use your Spectre access to find them, I can shut them down.
Okay.
I can access restricted intel at the Spectre office in the embassy. If I find anything, I'll let you know.
Cool.
Rules be damned. People have a right to defend themselves.
If you start selling...
Would a bunch of civilians shooting at anything that moves make the Citadel safer?
The commander's right. Maybe if the council organizes a civilian militia with training. Otherwise, they'll just panic and get themselves killed.
Welcome to Agor Munitions. Thank you for shopping at Agor.
Welcome to Sippertine Armory.
Chat, I don't know where this piece is.
Sippertine Armory.
Like, where the hell?
Welcome to the Citadel. Welcome to Nosastra Sporting Goods. Shoot smart. Shoot Nosastra. Good hunting.
Oh, you're bonded with Turing? No.
I bought a Citadel model. I'm so cool.
Welcome to Casa Fabrication Weaponry.
All goods have been marked down with our special wartime discount.
Like, I'm more than happy to buy this thing for the
Proceeds from all purchases.
the Normandy. I just don't know where the freak to find it.
Forgotten Earth. Neither should you.
You want my security vids, bring me a warrant.
You're stonewalling me? Those vids could be vital to the war effort.
I doubt the Reapers have agents doing business in my cafe.
People are dying in this war. You don't get to use that as ammunition in your little pissing contest.
Thanks, Commander.
Trying to find Cerberus spies.
And you should be looking in your own office. I saw the news.
I know. Just, you're right. Sorry. I lost some friends and I'll go through channels.
If I hear anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. So I found one of the things to turn in. Can't find the other item that I need in the Citadel. That's always fun. Yay! Congratulations! I'm trying. I'm playing this long game, yo. Just when I think, maybe, I'm so close, they go, no! We're taking it away! Find one on the Citadel. Where do I find this? Batarian codes. All this stupid shit. My god. Oh. The Nebula and deliver it to her. The Arachni. Batarian codes. I bought 2 things from the Spectre thing. I gave the heating... I gave the schematics to the one guy. Metagel. Power grid. And maybe with both of these? Alright, so now I gotta find where this stupid thing is.
If I was his doctor,
Alright, we gotta go to this Batarian.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination.
Where am I going? Holding area, I think, is where the refugee camp is.
Now arriving at Docking Bay E24. Emergency civilian housing.
What these refugees... Wait, aren't you Commander Shepard?
Hi.
Solik Vast, documentary maker. Please, maybe you can help. I'm trying to document the stories of the refugees coming to the Citadel. Their loss, their sacrifices, their moments of bravery.
Something holding you back?
CSEC won't allow me on the docks. They say I'd be disruptive. But you could catch a few quick shots for me.
There are lots of refugees on the rest of the Citadel.
It won't have the same impact as seeing crowds trapped on the docks. We all need to help each other. I want this documentary to shock people into action.
I mean, that's valid.
Good idea. The galaxy should see what these refugees have been through.
Thank you, Commander. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. If you could just take a few shots with your Omni tool in the refugee camp. I'll be here when you're done.
Okay.
Grissom Academy also fell to the Reapers when Elysium was attacked.
Photo opportunity. Oh. Yeah, no, he doesn't want that. Okay. I need to buy shit. No. Talk to you.
Pressure's okay. No infection.
Can I talk to him?
Only if it's important, Commander. He's hurt bad. Take down the sedative a bit, but hurry. I peg his survival at 50-50.
Are you Gorek?
go away. Nothing to say.
Not even what a terrorist's doing on the Citadel?
Get away from me, human.
You didn't answer my question.
Your alliance wiped out my world. Blew up a relay that turned my planet into ash. Arcot had people on it. Families. Struck back.
I get it, but... That was to stop the Reapers. Doesn't excuse terrorism. That was to stop the Reapers.
The Alliance destroyed the Alpha Relay because the Reapers were about to come through.
Easy for you to say that now that... You want to punish me? Unplug the sedative. Let me join my family.
Why is killing him a Paragon action? I get it because it's what he wants, but like, shit. That's fucked up. Guys, that's fucked up. I don't like this. I'm not happy. Today is Waves just murders everybody, apparently. I get 30 seconds of happiness that ended up in a Waves crash out because it wasn't going the way I anticipated. And then I gotta kill people. Why am I playing this game, chat? Why? Why am I playing this game? Why am I subjecting myself to this? This is just terrible. Oh my god. I'm gonna do my first non-Paragon action. I can't. Like, that's, I can't. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
I'm done here.
Good. He'll cough himself to death without a sedative.
No, wait.
Just take it easy. There.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes, that's just what this documentary needs.
Damn it, I'm telling you, someone sabotaged the Metagel dispensers. No, if I knew who, I'd have had them arrested. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I've got Turian soldiers dying for lack of medication.
No kisses. Exactly. No kisses. Just more death. Or attempted death. Did it work? Did I fix the problem?
Damn it, I'm telling you, someone
No.
sabotaged the Metagel dispensers. No, if I knew who, I'd have had them arrested. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I've got Turian soldiers dying for lack of medication.
That seemed way too easy, chat, but I was kind of hoping. Maybe. There's a VI of me. Creepy. Alright. I need 2 more photo opportunities.
Hey, I've assumed full control of Eclipse, and we're committed to moving forward with Arya.
Oh, come on. Okay, that's 2.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, I was like, I heard him. Where the fuck is he? Hi, James.
James, enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
Try not to lose everything. Those clothes are Alliance property.
Have a little faith, Lola.
I have a little.
I love it. Oh my god, chat.
Son of a bitch.
Chat, I can play cards.
Great shot, Commander.
No, I can't. Okay.
Son of a bitch.
Okay. Is there another Medigel? Yeah, here it is. Okay.
I fixed the sabotage. The Metagel dispenser should be working now.
Thank you. I'll get patients moving through triage immediately. I wish we could have found the bastard responsible for the sabotage. But this is going to save a lot of lives. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I do. See, chat, I can be a good person.
What are you doing?
I'm waiting.
Wait.
I can't really use that.
They'll
Could you
come
try
right
again,
here.
please?
They put me on the rescue transport and said to wait for them here. They'll come find me as soon as they can.
I guess this is the safest place. Look, if anyone bothers you, let me.
Excellent. That will really get people's attention. Thank you, Commander. That should be enough footage.
I don't see how most of these photos do anything about what he's wanting to do for the documentary about the refugees at the Citadel. But, I mean, what do I know? I'm an English major, chat. Wait, he was in here. Where'd he go? He's right here.
I have your footage.
Thank you, Commander. I'll start editing it right away.
Cool. I don't know where to find this shit. I've gone through like every terminal that I can find to buy stuff. This one? Do you have stuff?
State Arms. Please observe all caste restrictions when making a purchase. Your purchases are a credit to the hegemony.
Major Kaden Alenko, the second human Spectre, assisted Commander Shepard in preventing Cerberus forces.
Yeah, chat, you hear that message? That's a good message right there. We approve of it. For once, it doesn't say, the shamed.
Nice.
Extranet says you're Alliance military. Take care of yourself out there, officer.
You thought I was bluffing, didn't you?
Attacked, but Alliance forces were able to evacuate all fleets. While the Alliance takes heavy losses,
Okay.
troops have been bolstered by Krogan support on Paladin.
I guess we're going like row by row to figure out where the hell I need this. Yeah, I have to go to the Spectre office anyway.
Spectre status recognized. Please select
Overseas.
1 moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
I need to buy things. Particular things. But things.
Daring attack that disabled a Cerberus fighter base on Noveria.
Look, I filled out all the forms you requested and jumped through every hoop. I don't even know where Neota is, and I'm gonna be deployed soon, too. Everyone's been called back to active duty since Earth was attacked.
I understand, but
I can't leave my daughter here alone. I need to send her back to Thessia, to her family.
these things are very complicated and usually take a very long time. It's even worse with everything going
Okay.
on right now. I'm very sorry. If you can't accept a fostering by proxy until her file is processed,
Spectre status recognized.
This is really gonna drive me nuts. All right, chat, we're doing a Google. We're doing a Google, chat. Spelled the title of the game wrong. What is it called? It's thermal pipe. I'm good. Act 3. 12. Thermal pipe. Okay. Okay, chat. It says I have to go back to Presidium Commons. And then I go to L Cross and I look for E-gel thermal conduit. Maybe I passed it because I didn't see the GX12 that I was looking for.
Heavy losses are mounting as human colonies Elysium, Tiptree, and Zoo's Hope are hit by Reaper forces.
Spectre
Okay.
status recognized.
And
Please
I need
select a
Presidium
destination.
Commons. And I need L
Now
Cross.
arriving at Presidium Commons.
Where's L Cross? L
Welcome to
Cross.
Elcos Combine Arsenal Supplies.
E-gel thermal conduit. Hey, got it. Hell yeah.
Come again.
I did it, chat. Come here. I did it, chat. Okay. So that's done. I have to do these. Oh, I have to go back to the Spectre. Okay. Go to the terminal.
1 moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
Solarian counselor was killed in the attack.
Perhaps you could send the girl to your side of the family.
Are you kidding? My family disowned me when I...
Alright. Do this. And then we go to this one. But no, not that one. Where the hell am I going? There's only 2 terminals in here. Ah, here we go. With Spectre level access codes, it is possible to bypass standard security protocols and track top level diplomatic dispatches. The location of the console's access using support suspect ciphers will be uploaded to the Spectre's Omni tool and highlighted view detection. Enable. A Batarian patient named Gorg is located in the makeshift clinic in the temporary refugee camp at Docking Bay E24. He's suffering from undisclosed but severe injuries. Medical staff from the Memorial Hospital have provided painkillers, but there is no viable long-term treatment. Because the Batarian refuses to share records, no data is available prior to his arrival at Citadel. I didn't kill him because I still felt bad. I couldn't do it, chat. I just couldn't do it. Love sneezing. CSEC has requested a number of surveillance warrants in an attempt to find evidence that would incriminate Cerberus informants on the Citadel. Officers have tapped public surveillance feeds but do not have legal access to private security feeds. Spectre authorization would enable CSEC to tap into business feeds without informing civilian agencies. Sure. This financial report is for top-level embassy access only. According to financial estimates from First Irune Investment Trusts, a division of L-Cross Combine, the Citadel races cannot sustain the cost of the war effort for more than 1 year. Although military spending has stimulated certain market sectors, shortages and rationing in other areas have depressed the financial system. Civilian discretionary spending has fallen except in entertainment areas like escapist fits and drinking. First Irune is borrowing heavily to provide funds for key functions across the Citadel. But if the war does not end within the next year, galactic financial collapse is inevitable. Oh, damn. CSEC has fielded requests for a civilian militia to defend the Citadel in the event of another attack. Many CSEC officers believe a militia would benefit the Citadel's state of readiness and improve morale, but they lack the funds and clearance for the program. Spectre authorization would allow CSEC to begin training civilian volunteers using funds normally allocated for executive bonuses. Sure, let's piss people off that way. Why not? Okay. Let's protect the Citadel, chat. Okay. So now I get to run around and looking for stuff that will set off my tool.
And Sue's Hope are hit by Reaper forces. Grissom Academy also fell to the Reapers when Elysium...
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination. 1 moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Commons.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I keep getting stuck.
Alliance forces struck back at Cerberus with a daring attack that disabled a Cerberus fighter base on Noveria.
The R's around here? She's in 6. Oh, I didn't see her. Interesting.
an idiot. Damn it, the Alliance needs that thing right now. The obelisk of Karza was supposed to contain Prothean language translations.
Okay.
Rosetta Stone, Prothean. Think of how much it could have helped us.
Welcome to the Citadel gift shop. All proceeds from today's purchases go to the Turian War effort. Hello, Shepard.
Is it really? That's it?
Nice to see you.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, there's nothing here. Chat, how come I get a million side quests, get lost on all of them, and struggle?
Look, the asshole's in custody. Killing him won't bring anyone back.
These are control schematics for Cerberus turrets.
Oh.
Will these help?
Damn right they will. I'll have E-Crimes dig into them. Might even help us find the little present Cerberus left for us. Thanks a lot. This is gonna save lives.
Hell yeah. Speak of the devil. This has nothing up here. I don't know why I even bothered. Like, there's like nothing. There's no... Yeah.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay D-24.
I've got your briefing, Private. Let's fill you in before the squad arrives. The Alliance is posting us to an Ezo mining facility on Zani. It's a low-gravity planet, toxic atmosphere. You'll be expected to maintain full survival gear. Any questions?
Are we playing security, Sergeant Allenby?
No, Private. We are not.
It says human. Oh, them? Because it sounded like it was them, but that's not two humans talking.
Ma'am, I had a friend in security at Sonax, and there was definitely Prothean tech on Garvug. I know the Valhalla threshold is Reaper territory now, but Prothean tech could help the
Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm aware this is an unsecured channel. Yes, understood. Thank you, ma'am.
This is so frustrating.
You
Hi,
finally
Cortez.
made it off the Normandy.
Yay!
Glad I did. Even with the chaos of all the refugees, seeing so many ships in flight is comforting. Gets me thinking. Hey, a Turian frigate. I think that's the PFS Havenkaw.
What's one Turian warship doing at the Citadel?
Looking for dry dock, I bet. She's seen battle. Look at the waiver in her drive core emissions. Alone, limping, looking for a haven. Maybe it would have been better to just go down fighting, like their families back home.
The Torians or you?
Are you talking about the Turians or yourself?
I should have been there. With Robert.
I still
But
feel
you
so bad
weren't.
for him.
You're alive. And that's a good thing.
Maybe so.
The lives of future generations rest on those Turian shoulders. On our shoulders. Nobody's given up. Not those Turians. Not me. Not you.
If anyone can pull this all together, it's you. And I'm with you.
Is that an Alliance cruiser? What's it doing here?
That's the SSV London. Decommissioned years ago. Look, no guns. Refugees must have salvaged her from a shipyard. Geneva-class cruisers always had Ezo cores like granite.
People find a way to survive.
Do whatever it takes to see another day. Gotta let go. For real this time. The refugees here have put up a memorial wall. They leave mementos of lost loved ones. I was thinking maybe...
What's stopping you?
Nothing. I mean... Let me think about it.
Aww. He gets a hug, chat. I don't know where this fucking quest is. It's so frustrating. Oh my god. There's like not many terminals, and I can't find the one that I need. Chat, now it's about to start. I'm gonna go right into the restroom. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors.
Orinus, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Freighters! Orinus, you're supposed to stream longer than me so I can raid into you when I'm done, not before. We're just getting through ads, chat. But welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! How are you? How was your stream? Okay. Okay. We're good, chat. We're good. Chat! We're almost back.
While the Alliance takes heavy losses, Turian troops have been bolstered by Krogan support on Palaven. Krogan leader Erdnot Rex stated that his support of the Turians proves that the Krogan are ready to return to the Citadel.
Welcome back, chat. Thank you for waiting. Welcome in, Raiders. Orinus, I hope you had a great stream. Raiders, if we do not know each other, I am Running the Waves. I am a variety streamer. And today we're playing Mass Effect, where I'm having wave emotions. People are dying. I saw my boot. Didn't get to smooch him, though. And then he vanished like the wind, chat. He vanished like the wind.
One moment, please.
I'm trying to find a console for this one quest. And I have zero idea where it would be. Okay.
How's the head?
Good. Gosh, it's almost gone.
Good. When I heard you were injured.
It was stupid.
Okay. But I do hope you had a good stream. Raiders, if you need to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We're all about self-care here. Make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, doing good things for yourself. So if you have to rain a run, totally get it. Want to hang out though? You're more than welcome to. I'm dead. Don't die.
Anyhow, thanks for the
You're not allowed to. Oh, bad boy! No, it's Edie, chat.
I'm curious. What material is your face made from? The surface is a flexible biomimetic nanomaterial over a metallic skull. The skin uses shear thickening technology to help protect the central processing unit in the head. If the skin is struck or shot, it solidifies to absorb the impact. It also is capable of limited self-healing.
And what about the hair?
It is of similar construction. For defense, I have set
Well,
it
they should.
into a solid piece.
Maybe not the littlest one, but the older.
For purposes, it can be parted into individual strands. If it has recently
That was sort of my thing growing up. We were kind of forced to always go out and shovel. If we had a working snowblower, we weren't like really using the snowblower. It was like my dad's thing, but why is she still here?
It seems the galaxy can't keep us apart.
Why are you back?
Since we took back Omega, I've been consolidating my resources for the war. It's a little easier to coordinate from here. So unfortunately, I'll be slumming it on the Citadel for the time being. The Blue Suns, Blood Pack, and Eclipse are in my pocket. I'll send them to war when you're ready for them.
Okay.
Is there anything on your
Have fun! Well, have fun. Have a good night.
We'll talk later.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Chat, I'm still looking for that freaking console. Or my boy. Or both. It's Joker!
Look at this! All it took was a Cerberus attack on the Citadel to get folks around here to pay attention to the war.
How's this any different from normal?
Can't you see the desperation? This isn't happy dancing. This is forget my problems dancing. Look at the arms. If a guy waves his arms like that, he's worrying about a lot more than looking stupid on the dance floor.
That's surprisingly observant.
I've had time to watch a lot of dancing from the sidelines. Speaking of which...
Dancing?
watching from the sidelines. What do you think about me and Edie?
Yes!
Why not?
Yes!
Because I could break a bone just from some light over-the-clothes action?
That's always a risk. But then so are the Reapers.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on dating Harbinger.
You know what I mean. If we all ended up dead this time tomorrow, what would you regret?
Getting a shattered pelvis. And a broken heart. Such a stupid idea.
You deserve to be
If you
stupid!
could be out there right now on the dance floor, would you be waving your arms?
Yeah.
Sounds like you got bigger things to worry about than looking stupid.
Yeah, guess I do. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Go get it, boy! Go get it, boy! At least he gets a happy ending, chat. I may not, but at least he does. He deserves it. Oh, I'm so happy for him. Now I'm glad I walked over here. I wasn't going to. I thought it was going to be a waste of my time. Oh. It's the little things, chat, you know? Still can't find this console, but that's fine, you know? No. That's not the elevator.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a destination.
This is the only one I haven't been to. Chat. Chat.
Now arriving at Huerta Memorial
I'm seeing it
Hospital.
here too. We're low on metagel and synthetic blood, and we don't have enough volunteers.
Oh,
If we
shit.
could get the rings of Elune from the Salian Nebula, we could declare a cultural crisis. People would have to listen.
Okay.
So I'm in the shower with hot water.
Neaira was another huntress on your ship.
Welcome to Serta.
Thank you for coming to Serta. How can we help you?
It's in the file.
The farm girl calls into me that another Asari is here.
Okay.
Colonies Elysium, Tiptree, and Sue's Hope are hit by Reaper forces.
Knowles, this is Shepard. I found one of the code locations.
Oh.
Okay, I'll shut it down. Just need to authorize your Spectre status. Looks like someone was trying to requisition medical supplies. Okay, that access code is officially disabled. Can you find any more?
No, because apparently I suck at this. Wait, why are you I already did this one.
There's got to be something. I don't know what Cerberus was packing, but we're going to lose this patient.
Without a new treatment plan, we're stuck, and I can't think of anything beyond what we've already tried.
I know, but I can't think of anything else. Can you?
That's annoying. So it's going to keep registering this console, but I've already registered this console.
I understand Palavin is very busy, but this is one of your own generals. He was stabbed with a poisoned blade by a Cerberus soldier during the attack on the city. We can't identify. Who are we to choose who lives or dies? That's not what we do. We help our patients, all of them.
That's a nice sentiment, but it won't help when we run out of supplies. I've seen this happen in combat before. And we will run out of supplies. Have you seen the projections the administration center made?
I have. The situation is going to get worse. What's your point?
We can't deny the facts. If we prioritize them, some of our patients are in a much better position to survive. If we take care of them first and ration our supplies, we can save some now and enable ourselves to save more later.
Everyone makes sacrifices in wartime. You'll make yours sooner or later.
I'm sure I will. But I'll do it without betraying my oath or my patients.
It's not that simple.
I mean, yeah, that's a tough call.
Then we'll find a way. Look, we have more fortunate patients, right?
Yes.
I don't know where the fuck these consoles are. There's a dude on the ground. I don't want to touch him. I don't want to walk over him. That's just rude. What the hell? Why did I touch the console? I touched it. It was touched. It's been touched by my pretty little hands. Oh, because then it vanishes and then it comes back again. And I'm like, really? I already clicked you. I already clicked you.
After obtaining a cure for the genophage, Krogan leaders have announced an alliance with the Turian military against the Reapers.
But if it's consoles like this, it could be anything.
The second human
Oh my god.
assisted Commander Shepard in preventing Cerberus forces from killing the Council.
This would be a Google. 100%. This is gonna be a Google.
Select a destination.
It's been the Normandy. Let's go to the Normandy.
Now arriving at docking bay D24.
Have you discovered a way to
Here we
make
go.
RTL spaceships without a diesel core privacy lobby?
No, ma'am.
Knowles, I found another spot where the Batarian codes were used.
Looks like they were tampering with emergency food requests at the refugee center.
Trying to get more food for themselves?
Looks like. Okay. This code's offline now as well. Should just be one left, Commander.
Alright, well, they said food for the refugees, so.
Spectre status recognized. One moment, please. Now arriving at docking bay E24. Emergency civilian housing.
Here, we'll go up one and down another.
It's okay. I mean, they'll get here. They always keep their promises. Next shuttle was probably just late or something. That's all.
I'm sure you're right. I look forward to meeting.
That sucks.
Yeah, I'll take that.
There's the console, okay.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Listen, please, we just need more food.
Knowles, I found another point where someone was using the Batarian access codes.
Shepard, they're using it right now. I can trace them.
Where are they?
Right there in the refugee camp. I'm on my way. Here's our culprit, Shepard. Thanks for your help.
Shepard? Of course.
What did I do?
The hero of Earth. Here to gloat.
Do I know you?
No. But you knew Commander Balak, our greatest agent.
Did I?
When you killed him in the sky over Terra Nova, you threw our external operations into chaos. The Reapers annihilated us, and most of our people have been transformed into monstrosities. Our few remaining warships have resorted to petty piracy, while I steal scraps for refugees.
Join our fight.
Why are you wasting time with this? You could be fighting the Reapers alongside us.
You expect us to join forces with the Alliance?
You've lost Karshan, and we've lost Earth. We can die on our own or fight together. Knowles, you disabled the codes?
Yes, Commander.
Good. I'm dropping all charges, Spectre Authority. You're free to go.
I'll talk to my people.
You think the Batarians will work with us?
We'll find out.
Yay! I got the Batarian fleet. Still don't know if that's a good thing for me, but I got them! Alright, let's go back to the Normandy. Elevator, elevator. Go back to the Normandy. Elevator. Okay.
Now arriving at docking bay D24. 24.
I'd like to request a transfer to a zone with Reaper, Sergeant.
And may I ask why you think your deployment deserves special treatment, Private?
Hey!
Caden, hey. I wondered where you went. What's up?
I'm trying to wrap my head around what just happened.
You sound angry.
Not angry. Just not every day you have an armed standoff with someone you love. How it all went down, it's got me... I don't know.
Okay. Talk to me. Let's have it.
If I hadn't backed down first, I feel like you would have taken me out.
Nah.
I trusted you, and I knew you'd come around. That's all that matters. Main thing is we stopped the coup and Cerberus is off the Citadel.
Yeah, but sometimes the way a thing goes down does matter, Shepard. Later when you have to live with yourself. Knowing that you acted with integrity, and it matters.
You're talking about Udina. You think he would have come in quietly? Caden, he gave you no choice. You had to take the shot. You acted with integrity. I saw the whole thing.
All right. Thanks. Look, Shepard, there's another reason I'm here. Hackett offered me a position, but I'd turn it down in a second if there was a chance to join you in the Normandy again.
Chat the night got better. Let's fucking go.
Imagine meeting the Reapers without you.
Thank you, Commander. And Shepard, I need you to know that I'll never doubt you again.
I blame Udina, chat.
Good to know.
I'll blame all the earworms for being Udina.
Aye, ma'am.
Just say, love that.
Shepard, I got Anderson patched in. I was just getting him up to speed.
Fucking die.
That SOB was always power hungry. But this?
He wasn't in charge. Cerberus was just using him to take control of the Citadel.
What the hell for?
I don't know. Not yet.
Could have been a lot worse. In the end, we only lost Councilor Seal.
Kylan.
What?
Your assassin. I'll have Hackett send you my reports on him.
You know him?
I take it you two have met.
Keely Sanders and I had our share of run-ins with him. I shot him in both legs once.
Jesus.
Thought that might be the end of him. But he showed up again on Omega, even stronger.
Elusive man patch him up?
That'd be my guess. Given what they were able to do with you and Grayson. It's a safe bet Lang's even more dangerous now.
Thanks for the intel.
I'll take whatever advantage I can get against these bastards.
Their attempts may have had at least one unintended side effect. I received word from the Asari Counselor. They're requesting an update on the Crucible.
Lang has them scared. Enough to send help?
Yes, the Asari and Solarians are both throwing in their support now.
Yay!
How's your progress on the Crucible?
Good. Our estimates suggest we've completed nearly 50% of the known work.
So quickly?
Once decoded, the schematics are designed in such a way that allows our scientists to easily translate the information. It's not Prothean specific.
Are we any closer to understanding how to use it?
That's still open for debate. Utilized in the right fashion, our scientists are convinced it can generate enough energy to destroy the Reapers. The question is, how will it dispense the energy? And in what form?
You mean, how do you stop it from wiping us all out?
Exactly. We think the catalyst is the key to determining how to focus its energy, how to direct its energy at the Reapers alone.
I'm working on that.
You'll find the answers, Shepard. I'll send you an update on the schematics. And in the meantime, we'll keep building.
And we'll keep fighting. Make sure there's an Earth left to come back to.
I won't fail you.
You've always trusted me.
I got
won't
this.
Let you down.
We're still in this. The gods of war haven't given up on us yet.
Good luck, both of you. Anderson out.
Commander, the Turian fleet is stretched thin. We need more support ships. And the Quarians are willing to talk.
Understood, sir. I'll look into it.
Be careful. We've got reports of instability along the Geth border. Hack it out.
Shepard, do you have a moment? A contact within Asari High Command was insistent I pass on a distress signal to you.
Something they can't handle?
From what I can tell, they sent several commando squads to investigate. None of them returned. They didn't ask me directly, but I think High Command is hoping you might help.
What's your take on this?
That they wouldn't ask for help if it wasn't important. The colony's coordinates are on the galaxy map. I'll try to figure out what's going on.
Oh my god, there's so many quests. Oh my god, there's so many quests. Okay. Before I forget, chat. Before I forget, let me get out of this room. Better if I go this way. We're gonna go turn in this part, because I'm gonna forget. If I don't do it right now, I'm going to forget.
Goddamn Cerberus bastards. And Udina too. Son of a bitch.
That's crap. Medina made a deal with the devil. He got what he deserved.
Commander, I've got a lead on something interesting.
Ah,
You got
crap.
a minute?
Commander, I've found something you need to see.
What have you got?
A group of Cerberus scientists cut ties and fled. Perhaps they finally realized they were on the wrong side. We don't know what they were researching, but they were among the Elusive Man's top scientists. They could help build the Crucible.
That's a good idea.
Maybe we could recruit them. Lots of Cerberus people think they're doing the right thing. I know I did.
And you were right, Commander. Whatever crimes Cerberus is committing now, I was on Horizon when the Collectors attacked.
Really?
Yes. I was visiting my family during a university holiday. While the Alliance was running studies, you were saving me and my family.
Has the Alliance tried to make contact with the scientists?
They've been unable to find them, but they're searching. As is Cerberus. I've been monitoring Cerberus communications. I've charted signal frequency from various Cerberus cells by location and cross-referenced known ship movements.
You found them?
I believe so, yes.
Nice work. Put it on the map and I'll give it a look.
Thanks for your time, Commander.
Okay. Okay! This whole thing started because I just wanted to go here. Wait, where's I going? Engineering. Say, Chad, that's why I have to do it now, because I'm gonna forget.
Thanks, Commander. That GX-12 thermal pipe arrived. We're performing the modifications right now.
So, how did I get volunteered to crawl through the ducts?
You're the power control engineer, not me.
Damn hot in here. Hey, didn't Adam say that all the Normandy is Edie?
Kenneth, stop.
Oh my god! That's fucking terrible. Oh my god. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. This is where we're gonna call it. And on that note, we're gonna call it a night here. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. I will not see you guys Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, as I no longer stream 5 nights a week. I'll be back on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern for Baldur's Gate 3, more Parallel Cell Run. I would like to try to see if I can get to Act 2, but we'll see how good that was. Sometimes I'm slow, chat. Sometimes I die, and sometimes I don't think about stuff, and I don't do things correctly. But we'll see. That'd be a nice goal. As always, my friends, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do all hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. I need to get out of this stupid game. I love it, but, like, it drives me absolutely bonkers. Exit game. Okay. All right, chat. We're going to raid somebody. I just don't know who. We gotta go find somebody. Chat, who's live? Do we know? Have we been looking? I haven't. Is she still alive? She is. Okay, we're gonna go hang out with Alchemy. That's where we're gonna hang out with, chat. We're gonna hang out with an Alchemy. Alchemy is doing some Dead by Daylight. It's cozy for them. I don't understand how it could be cozy, but it is cozy to Alchemy and others that I know. But we're gonna hang out with Alchemy. She is an amazing friend and VTuber and cam streamer, and she's awesome and she's chill. So you guys should go hang out with her and go be awesome and fantastic, and it'll be just great. Be great. Chat, please copy and paste the raid message. Please go tell Alchemy we said hello. Go be the wonderful, awesome, fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And like I said, I will see you guys right back here on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern for more Baldur's Gate 3, our Lazel Romance run. I love you guys. Drink water. Till later.